Greetings everyone and welcome. Thank you all so much for joining me for another night of Persona 5 Royal. Let me first get to a couple of questions from the pre-stream. Mel Brooks and Missing Digit. Mel, Matcha Iri Genmai Cha is basically sencha, regular green tea from Japan, mixed with toasted rice and dusted with a light coating of matcha. And you handle it the same way that you would any regular loose leaf tea, which is to say that you steep it in water. You don't need to whisk it or anything. The matcha on the Genmai cha is only really there to add a little bit of additional flavor and intensity. There's not enough of it in that particular type of tea that you'd have to whisk it. Whisking is only for pure matcha powder. Or the Harney & Sons website is now advertising a powdered Hojicha product that I guess you would treat the same way as matcha, but those are the only ones that you would whisk. And to your question, Missing Digit, Hojicha is the one you're looking for. It's the one that's, well, there are two different ones you could be thinking of, either Hojicha or Bancha. Hojicha is made from the stems of green tea leaves in Japan that have been cut from the actual leaf. They're kind of a leftover product. They're a way Japan figured out of using every part of the plant rather than throwing away the stems. They actually, it has a very nice flavor to it. It's almost in some ways like coffee in that it's a very dark kind of liquor that it produces, and it has a very prominent, robust, assertive flavor. Yeah, Mel, that's the ground Hojicha. Yes, you would probably want to whisk that the same way as you would matcha. Regular Hojicha, the whole stems, you would just steep that as you would any other kind of regular tea. Missing Digit, Hojicha, typically the stems are toasted, and I think traditionally they are toasted in a charcoal kiln. So that's where a lot of that flavor comes from, and it's why they produce such a dark brew. Bancha is made from the actual branches. It's called twig tea, and that's a slightly different product. Not altogether dissimilar in its flavor profile and aroma, but you are probably thinking of one or the other of those. I would guess probably Hojicha, Missing Digit. So, Mel, for your purposes, if you're interested in the powdered Hojicha, bear in mind you might want to try the non-powdered stuff first. Only because Hojicha has a very prominent flavor to it, and I personally really like it. It's got such a toasty, really nice flavor without being anywhere near as acidic as coffee. But that being said, it can be kind of a strong flavor, and the powdered stuff will be quite a bit stronger. So just bear that in mind when you're making your selection, or just purchase a small amount first, get a couple of sampler packs. Hello, Shidosuke. No, I haven't. I'm not actually a coffee drinker. I do not like coffee at all. I am a tea drinker exclusively. Hey, Adnan, welcome. Sorry to disappoint you, Shirosuke. If that's a source of disappointment, I can certainly understand. Well, Missing Digit, at the very least, a 2-ounce tin of Hojicha isn't going to be very expensive. Hojicha is not considered to be a premium product, despite the fact that it is actually really good, at least if you ask me. And so I think the last I checked, 2-ounce tins of the stuff on Harney & Sons website were going for like $8 US. They're not that much. And 2 ounces of that will last you a couple of months if you drink, you know, even a cup or two every day. Yeah, Missing Digit, and they do free shipping within the continental US as well. So, hey Rockethead, welcome. Rockethead, if you're not in the Italian exclusion zone, you're just in some other exclusion zone at this point. But I'm hanging in, thanks. How about you? Missing Digit, if you're interested in things like Hojicha, you might also give a look at the Matcha Iri Genmai Cha, because that is sort of a hybrid between regular sencha, regular Japanese green tea, and a deeper, more toasty sort of flavor like Hojicha. It's kind of in between. And if you get the Matcha Iri Genmai Cha, you can get it without matcha. You can just get Genmai Cha, which is just the green tea and the toasted rice. But you can get Matcha Iri Genmai Cha, which adds a more prominent green tea flavor and a really nice little bit of extra texture, almost. Yeah, it usually does, Rockethead, but I'm glad you found the info you needed. Hi, Sephirios, welcome. Sephirios, you've been watching streams all day, haven't you? I saw you hanging out at Charlie's stream earlier. Rockethead, if you're trying to make them from scratch, I imagine it is pretty difficult. I do, Waltz Queen, yes. For my everyday tea drinking, I just use some generic, black, lacquered, earthenware teacups. You know, inexpensive ones. For special occasions, I've got a couple of much nicer, cups and sets that you probably have seen in the, Tea Talk videos that I recorded. So I've got some nice ones, and then I've got some regular ones for everyday use, so that I don't wear out my good ones. Honestly, Missing Digit, as much of a pain and a burden as the quarantine is in a lot of other ways, it is, at the very least, an opportunity to really refine your self-care skills and your general homemaking skills, and that especially includes cooking. I've been using it as an excuse to do a lot more cooking on my charcoal grill, and really refining my techniques and skills and methods and recipes for that, which I'm overjoyed to have had the extra time to be able to do, because I love cooking on the grill, especially over charcoal and hardwood. You can't get those kinds of results any other way. But even if you're just cooking over an electric stove indoors, Missing Digit, there's no reason you can't use it as an opportunity to develop some recipes or try some new recipes for the first time, or, you know, just generally get a little bit better and brush up on your cooking. Oh, you're doing the old hard reset, Sephirios. Yeah, I'm no stranger to that. Although, unfortunately, I feel like I'm getting a little bit old to keep doing it. Yeah, Rockethead, 3D printing is a modern technological marvel, isn't it? Exactly, Missing Digit. Besides which, not only do you have the opportunity to brush up on your cooking, but at the same time, you'll end up having more home-cooked meals, and you'll be able to enjoy your food a little bit more that way, I think, because it's one thing to just go out to a restaurant and have them serve you food, but it's another thing to put in the time and care, you know, to have the time to put in to making a proper meal at home, making it exactly the way you want it, adding exactly what you want to it, seasoning it just the way you like it, and being able to sit down after all the hard work is done and just enjoy the fruits of your labor, right? Which is a simple and, some might argue, mundane experience, but it's one that fewer and fewer people seem to have the time for nowadays. Goodness knows I've been one of them until this whole quarantine thing happened. Well, that's the hard part, isn't it, Sephirios? Is getting yourself into the right frame of mind to actually go to bed when you know you should. I hope you do too, Waltz Queen. Once you do, I would really love to see some pictures on the Discord. Because especially if your employment has suffered as a result of quarantine and you have extra time, you know, cooking isn't a bad way to spend it. I mean, hell, my mother messaged me yesterday on Discord and told me that she had actually started doing some foraging because my parents' house is located off the main road, but they have a backyard that goes fairly far into some relatively untamed land. And I guess they've got a lot of wild garlic mustard, which is an invasive weed growing on the side of the house away from the road, and in fact well back from the road. And she apparently got the idea to go and gather a bunch of it because it is edible, and if you prepare it correctly, it can be a really nice vegetable dish. She got the idea to go and gather a bunch of it, and she made a salad with some of the leaves, and she sauteed the stems and roots in butter and olive oil, because those are pretty much the only two ingredients she knows how to use. And she made a meal of that. So even for those who can't afford to necessarily go to grocery stores nowadays, if you live someplace where you're not near a major source of pollution, try foraging. You know, we're in a time of year where plants are starting to come up. Wild onions, wild garlic, fiddleheads, the garlic mustard. Lots of stuff is coming up now that you can just pick and bring home and wash off and eat. Yeah, join the club, the animal. That's the world I'm living in right now. Well, Sephirios, you've heard a couple of suggestions already, right? You can do some cooking, you can do some foraging. I mean, if you want to help out, you can volunteer at one of your local organizations that's doing outreach or trying to provide assistance for people who are most severely impacted. You know? Yeah, Waltz Queen, obviously know what you're eating when you're foraging. Bring a plant guide with you, or, you know, do your research. Don't just go out there and eat any plant, but I'm just saying it's a thing you can do. Well, Missing Digit, I tend to make progress in bursts. There, like when there's a lull in chat, or when there's a conversation going on in chat that doesn't really require my intervention, or to which I have nothing to add, like conversations about D&D, which I'm not really intimately familiar with, or, other things that I don't know anything about. I use those as my opportunities to focus on making progress in the game, and we had a fair amount of time yesterday like that, which I was able to use. And that just ends up alternating with times like this, where, there might not be that many people in chat, but it's quite involved, and it's either directed at me or something on which I feel I have, useful information or thoughts to add. But you're right, Missing Digit. I'm kind of surprised I've made it this far by now as well. Although,
I should write something.
When you look at the playtime on this save file, I think the bigger picture might come into focus a little more clearly. So maybe that won't come as a huge surprise. Yeah, it should, Missing Digit. But yeah, Sephirios, think of it the same way as I'm approaching Persona 5, right? You've got your entire days free, you need to figure out how to spend them. Do you want to work on your social stats? Do you want to build your social links? Do you want to raise your proficiency by learning how to do a craft or a trade or something? Do you want to improve your knowledge by reading books? Like, there are tons of things you could be doing. You just need to pick one and pull the trigger, Ah, okay, Missing Digit, so still fairly early. Well, Sephirios, you should also pace yourself. I mean, yes, pick something to do, but don't burn yourself out doing it. Don't go in on it so hard that you lose any desire to continue it within the first week. That's one of the most difficult things, Sephirios, that I think a lot of people struggle with, is budgeting their time and not just going all in on one activity and only that activity. You've got to change it up a little bit, and you also have to take breaks. Every person has a different level of tolerance for how much of a particular activity they can handle at a given time or in a single continuous session, right? And first of all, you have to figure out where your own limits are for each activity. But once you know that, you just come up with a basic plan. Like, for me today, I ended up starting the stream a little bit later than I intended. We started closer to 9:30 p.m. German time. And I figure I've got I've got enough tolerance to continue streaming till I get tired, which will probably be somewhere between 6 and 8 hours from now, because I've already been up for a significant portion of the day as it is, working on other things, and, I don't have a full day's worth of energy left, but I have a general idea of what more I can, manage to do as far as streaming goes, and what I'm going to do after that, right? And tomorrow, I'm going to get up tomorrow, make breakfast, work from home for a while, maybe take a break or two from working from home in order to have a snack or something, or take a nap or whatever I need to do to refresh my energy. And I'll tell you what, Sephirios, it is a godsend being able to just get up from my computer while I'm doing the work that I do for my day job, and whenever I feel I need it, just go lie down for half an hour, or go get a snack and not worry that I'm on the clock and somebody's going to be looking at me with a slide rule and a stopwatch. You know? It takes away so much of the stress of actually having to go into an office and deal with other people. And, you know, when I'm done with the quota of work that I have to do for the day, I will probably have dinner, you know, maybe take another break, maybe watch a stream for an hour or two, if any of my friends are streaming, and then probably stream myself, you know? Oh, okay, that early, Sephirios. Yeah, Sephirios, you can't leave it to a boss or a supervisor to control and micromanage your time, because you'll become a slave. Oh, I see, Sephirios. So it's just a coincidence that you've been home for as long as you have. So, you get the point, Sephirios. Beyond knowing what you want to do, it's just on you to motivate yourself to do it, right? It's funny you mentioned that too, Sephirios, because Charlie was asking for advice on the same subject earlier, wasn't she? I guess it's something that a lot of people now are having to deal with during quarantine. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to have some tea. And since chat is not moving very quickly, I think this may actually be an opportunity to make a little bit of story progress today. Miracle of miracles.
To see me, just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at Post Masquerade. I'm in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
Hey, Shersha! Good to see you. How you doing? Sephirios, that's a lot of responsibility, but it's nice to be trusted with that, isn't it? That's the kind of job I like, where I get to make my own hours. Not have to report to someone who only sees me as a resource to be exploited. Glad to hear that, Shersha. Well, I'll tell you what, Shersha. I am a lot better now that you're here. Not that I was doing poorly before, but it always brightens my day seeing you show up in chat, Shersha. So thank you for stopping in. And I'm glad to hear the weight loss thing is going well, Shersha. You've been, I imagine, learning quite a few new recipes, haven't you? Probably not just the ones I've given you, I would guess. Yami, say what you want, but you showing up brightens my day too. You can try as hard as you want to deflect that, but frankly, the fact that you haven't gotten bored of me in all these years, Yami, is more than enough for me to appreciate you still continuing to show up for these streams. Well, thank you, Shersha. I appreciate that. Oh, you've only been eating the stir-fry? Really? You like it that much, huh? I'm glad it turned out to be such a winner. Have you at least changed up what kind of stir-fry you make? Or do you like it so much that you've just been eating the same kind? Well, good, Seferios. A boss should understand the limits of their skills and expertise. They should know when it's their turn to lead, and when it's their turn to let someone else take the helm. That's one of the best signs of a good boss, is a boss who knows that they don't have to be the star of the show all the damn time. Oh no, end of the world! I guess it's gonna be more like cupcakes now. Whoops. Okay, Shersha. I'm glad to hear that, because that's the best and most efficient way to make stuff like, stir-fry or curry. You've probably heard me say this before, but that's what I do as well. Every weekend, I sit down, I spend most of it standing up, but I do the entire coming week's worth of cooking on the weekends so that I've got all my meals ready. Everything is either cooked or just needs to be heated up. And I can just sit down and eat and not have to worry about doing any of the cooking on more than 1 or 2 days out of every week. Oh, Mehmetim, you shush. Wouldn't you just like me to agree with that? But no. Frankly, I appreciate that anybody shows up to these streams. The fact that I can hold people's attention on the internet when there are so many other things competing for that attention is... it's encouraging in and of itself. Alright, what was I gonna... Oh, right. Whoops. I think today I was supposed to go check the sports store to see if the... Okay, well, Yusuke's not here, so much for that. I was supposed to check the sports store to see if they had a, an item that I needed for billiards.
What would you like?
Oh, but it seems I've got them already. Okay, I guess I must have already bought those. Actually, before we go play billiards, I also meant to check to see if the recycling shop had another...
What would you like?
Black Kogatana, but they don't. Blast it. Yeah, Shersha. Certain kinds of foods are better for that than others. Like, When I was doing my cooking this past weekend, I did a bunch of braised chuck. I did something like 4 or 5 kilos of braised chuck. It was a huge amount of chuck. And it was a pain in the ass sitting there separating the meat from the fat once the cooking was done. But once I had all of the meat separated out, I took the meat, the chuck, which is super tender, and I smoked it on the grill prior to braising it. So it had this really nice smoky flavor to it. And I got some bunapi and bunashimeji mushrooms, which are relatively easy to find at grocery stores around here. Asian stores have them usually. And I sautéed them with the separated chuck in broth from the chuck, in basically the braising liquid, which I filtered the fat and the sediment out of because I don't want to be eating all that extra fat. I sautéed them in the braising liquid from the chuck with a little bit of butter, some fresh crushed garlic, and the actual meat, the chuck, and made a really just unbelievably delicious beef stew. It doesn't take much. It really doesn't take much. It is, Shersha, and it's really easy to do. The braising you can do in an oven, and it's literally just set it and forget it, you know? You set it for a fairly low temperature and let it simmer in, well, not simmer, you let it braise in some stock for several hours, and it comes out like tender enough to eat it with a spoon. And then you just you filter the braising liquid so that you get all the big chunks of fat and stuff out of it, and you can use that as a base for soup. You can use it as a base for rice. You can make rice by cooking it in beef broth instead of water. And I'll tell you what, if you want to make a normally bland grain like rice super flavorful, substitute the water for some beef stock from braising a chuck roast. And you almost don't need to add anything else to it. Hey, Doom! I'm glad you were able to make it. Congrats on fixing your sleep schedule. Well, yeah, Shersha, but you can have other things besides rice, right? You don't actually need rice. I was just giving that as an example. And I'm glad, Shersha, I'm glad your dad noticed. Hey, Sam, good to see you. How are you doing, Sam? Yeah, Shersha, and I'll tell you a thing or two about quinoa. It needs as much flavor as you can give it. So, preparing it in beef stock instead of water brings it a lot closer to being halfway edible. And then, of course, if you add some actual beef to it, you know, quinoa with beef and fresh onions, a little bit of garlic, some mushrooms, you've basically got a risotto. Yeah, you probably better, Yami, stop there. And Yami, you know that's not true anyway. Fried rice is yellow. I'm not going to give you any ideas of what kind of jokes you could make about that. Goodness knows you don't need my help. Shersha, I knew you'd have something to say about biryani. I'm sorry to hear about your air conditioner, but look on the bright side. At least that's the worst thing you've got going on right now. Yeah, Yami, it's cooked white rice, but white rice cooked in beef broth is still cooked white rice. All I'm saying is, the color on the outside doesn't matter. It's the flavor within that counts. Hey, Chancho, welcome. Asherite knows what's up. Also, hello, Asherite, welcome. Alright, let's go play some billiards. Yeah, Shersha, it is amazing how bland rice can be on its own, and yet how flavorful it can become when it is used correctly as a vector or other ingredients.
Lord winds, blessing upon me.
Astracat, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Shersha. Welcome, Astracat. How are you doing? Right, Yami, yeah. Let me just get mystical water from an ancient magic fountain and use it to cook rice that literally was created from the hands of a child. Let me just go find those ingredients at the grocery store, Yami. Oh, see, Asherite, I can't eat plain rice. I need it to have flavor. Honestly, Astracat, I am in no position to complain. As always, Astracat, it's a pleasure to see you. I hope you're staying safe and hanging in. You know, Astracat, speaking of badges, you make a really good point. I can't believe I haven't done this before, but it's high time I did. Yami, that's not the same thing. There we go. What is Franz doing, Shersha? Franz is giving a little bit of recognition to one of the most active and positive participants in chat. That's what he's doing. Enjoy your new badge, Shersha. Thank you for reminding me about that, Astracat. I've been meaning to do that for a while. Surprise! That was a precious reaction, Shersha. I'll be honest, I wish I had more VIP badges to hand out. I think, there's a hard limit of like 25 per channel. And I've already got far more people than that who deserve them. I have, Asherite, yes. I'm not fond of the texture. The flavor is okay. But I've never had beef heart that was not super rubbery. I've had duck heart that was okay, Asherite, but I feel like heart in general, just because of what kind of muscle it is, you have to braise it for hours and hours and hours to get it tender enough to be halfway edible. Yeah, Mel, but I know Shersha won't do that. You didn't get to be a VIP, Shersha. You earned it. By always being such a positive presence, not to mention a frequent presence, and just being so nice to everybody, and just being an all-around great dude. All right.
Welcome.
Oh, I didn't see that, Mel. Meminem, why so hard on yourself? Oh yeah, it does that too, Sam. I did set it up so that it does. And then I forgot. Yami, you didn't earn it by throwing money at me. VIP is not pay to win on this channel. I might not have the doctor. Let me scroll back up and check. Really sorry, but until your financial situation... Oh! The doctor, don't worry about it. I'm sorry, I guess I did miss that message. It's totally fine, and I don't want you spending your money on me if you can't even afford to feed yourself. Please take care of yourself first. Yeah, Shersha, I've already got a charcoal grill that I can use to do any kind of smoking of meat that I could possibly want to do on an individual level. But even after smoking it, it would still need to be braised. I feel like only a sustained moist heat over a long period of time is going to be enough to tenderize something like heart. Yami, you've pitched in more than your fair share, but the reason you have that VIP badge is not because of how much money you've given, it's because of who you are as a person. And because you've been such a consistent presence here, and you've tolerated me rebuking you in earnest quite a few times. And each time, you've improved. And I appreciate that. I can't even get any girls to change for me, Yami. And yet, here you are. No, Yami, I'm not talking about the wisecracking sailor. It's almost pointless discussing this with you in front of everyone, because I know you're not going to admit to it, even if I spill the beans and tell everybody that underneath that wisecracking, sailor-swearing exterior of yours, you're a good, kind person at heart. Yeah, if you cut it small, Shersha, that can definitely help tenderize it. Yeah, see, Yami? Why do you think I don't bother? Welcome back, Evan.
What do you play?
Alright, let's play some billiards. Otherwise, I'm never going to make any progress at this rate.
What do you want to do?
Shersha, I kind of feel like Breakfast and Yami have a lot in common that neither of them would want to admit that they have in common. Alright, yeah, let's play some billiards.
Thank you.
Okay, well, props to Yami for admitting it, at least. Form is really important, huh? If you don't make a clean shot, the ball's gonna curve. Yeah, all my girlfriends used to complain about that. Oh, I've got to make a difficult shot. Are you going for that shot? We can't say what kind of shot it is, because Japan.
Nice.
Beautiful.
We did it.
I knew you could do it.
That's why you're our leader. Oh, look at how cool I am, everybody. Yeah!
I see.
Wow.
Gotten more experience with precise hand movements. I have plenty of experience with those already, Morgana. You of all people should know that from hiding in my room every day.
That was so much
Oh
fun.
god, this is terrible. Just end me. Hey there, sorry to interrupt. Check out this super cool book that'll teach you how to do this super cool shot.
Bye.
Pool Shark Pup. Huh. Hello, dude. Welcome. And yeah, I guess we made a little bit of progress, but not much. But who... Thinking of heading on over to the hideout. I'm really in the mood to blow off some steam. How about we meet up and play some games? Don't worry if you got stuff to do. See ya tomorrow. Freaking Ryuji. Now, however, I do believe that I will go take the Big Bang Challenge. Yeah, I know, Makoto, I know. You want to go snoop,
Oh,
as usual.
Hey.
Alright, let's go to... I think it's in Shibuya. Let's see, Sam. I'm not sure what's going on here, Sam, but I'm not sure I want to know. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Waltz Queen. Alright, let's take the challenge. Yes. Take a seat and good luck, idiot!
thank you very much.
Thank you for coming back for the Big Bang Challenge. As you've moved up to the rank of second mate, this is your next foe.
Whoa!
Holy crap, it's humongous. Everybody is staring. This is the Gravity Burger, a burger so large that it almost has its own gravitational field. Once again, this will be no easy feat to overcome. But should you conquer this challenge, you'll be rewarded with an extravagant prize. So this one comes with a prize too. Do your best, Peter.
Now then.
It's time to get the 30-minute Big Bang Challenge started. Go! It looks like there's a whole head of lettuce in here. The burger's already cold.
Now then.
Don't get too hasty. Just work at your own pace and you'll do... There's no way this burger would already be cold. It's big enough that its mass should retain enough heat for it to still be warm. I somehow ate the whole thing. Those two people at the booth next to me are going, "Wow, dude. You're gonna die. You've done it again.
Congratulations.
You managed to crush the Gravity Burger. I get a first mate badge. To the Burger Baron who defeated this challenge, we present you our world-famous Big Bang Burger on the... Yeah, thanks. Just what I want right now. I think I still have the ones they gave me for completing the last challenge. Enjoy your new rank as first mate. However, one mission
Please
still
come again.
remains. I look forward to your attempt at our next challenge.
I knew you could do it.
You beat the Gravity Burger this time. You were so admirable taking on such a daunting task. Yeah,
Nice.
I got guts. In fact, I got every stat. Time to go home and die.
Ah, you're back.
Wow, Shersha. Concede or riot, probably Haru. Oh yeah, Yami, I know exactly what you're referencing there. All I can say is I'm glad that I was not a Chinese Final Fantasy XIV player. Well, hey Mel, at least in Royal, you have the option of cleaning the bathroom now. Yeah, didn't you know, Upset Coffee? Burgers are supposed to be good brain food. Ask literally any American, they'll tell you. Oh, that was a low blow even for me.
Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found. I never take glass,
Share Nye the science guy. Well, Shersha, there you go.
telling words not to be told. I need them
Eben, it's not that I'm in any particular mood, it's just that I'm not tired yet.
at this masquerade.
Not only am I not tired, but I actually had a proper meal before the stream, so I'm also not hungry.
I'm a shapeshifter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask.
Well, Concede or Riot, I mean, quarantine is probably the best excuse ever to put another 200 hours into this game. Or really any game. Yeah, Shersha, you do have a fairly long list already, don't you? Oh, okay. Who is around? Keiichi's around.
I can't tell you how to say
Oh, you know what? I almost forgot again, but I really ought to try to remember to
Hey,
nothing inside.
have Waifu Sensei
Yep.
make some coffee.
Make sure you close up.
Unleash me,
hi.
burning down the walls.
And I want to go check the recycling shop for more weapon. I mean, used materials, which they don't have in stock. Of course. All right, in that case, let's go hang out with Akechi. I think I still have Angel, right? I do.
Hi.
Hey, Barakan, good evening. Hey, do you ever go to arcades? I've never been to places like that, so I'm pretty interested. If you're so inclined, shall we visit one together? Yeah, you know what?
What do you
we
wanna do?
probably should. Excellent. If we're going, I'd like to try that battling thing. Think there's a games center around here. Let's get going. Hey, Decoy, welcome!
Sorry to bother you.
Sorry for dragging you out here. I was out here gathering intel and I noticed some patrons playing this. I did a bit of research. Apparently it's a pretty hardcore shooter game. No, that's a different arcade, Shansho. That's the one in Akihabara. We don't have access to that yet. I don't think that opens up for another month at least. You know, Not Dead, you're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, Royal has made so many improvements over Vanilla. And every change I've encountered so far has been a positive one. It's a lot less a hassle to play it than it was Vanilla. And it has quite a bit more respect for the player's time than Vanilla did. Also, what was Akechi researching that he was hanging around an arcade? You normally play games like these. Have you played any? Well, we know the answer to that. I'm not great at them. Well, that should even the playing field. I'm not much for video games myself, so I guess I'm in the same boat. I can't let my rival know that I'm a huge video game nerd. Damn, that's some accuracy. The guy with the brown hair isn't wasting a single shot. Glasses isn't doing bad either, but he's definitely losing ground. Yeah, it's almost like Akechi knows his way around a gun. I wonder where that comes from. My fingers are going to be sore tomorrow. What a realistic game. Are you used to gunplay by any chance?
Have you noticed?
You noticed? Well, I'll need as much practice as I can get if I'm going to take you out. Only a joke. I'm new to this, I'm afraid. Perhaps we'll chalk it up to beginner's luck. He deflects it there, but it's very obvious that he is no stranger to firearms. Still, this did feel a bit nostalgic for me. I had a toy gun like this when I was young, you know. All this reminded me of running around the house with it playing hero. You wanted to be a hero?
I don't know that I agree.
I'm not totally certain, but thinking back, I suppose I must have. But there are different kinds of heroes, of course. Different stances they define themselves by. For example, one may stick to the vision of justice they believe in, even if others deny it, while another may simply do as others desire of them, seeking to be recognized and gratified as a hero. So, which of those two fits more with your conception as a hero? Well, the obligatory answer here is sticking to your justice. But honestly, neither of them really. You believe there's a third option? Suppose if you're fighting for justice nobody really wants, then it's just blind self-righteousness in the end.
I apologize.
Sorry, I suppose that was a strange tangent. Pardon me. No, the third option would be doing what you know is right, even if you don't enjoy doing it. And even if it makes the whole world your enemy. Whenever I talk with you, I just can't help delving into these abstract topics. All right.
All right.
Goodness, I worked up a sweat playing that game. I must smell like the arcade. I mean, it's not like we're playing a melee tournament or anything, Akechi. You're not going to walk away with any kind of smell stuck to you. Yeah, dude, it was totally Robin Hood who said that. Yeah, Decoy, he did have a social link in the original, but it was one of those meaningless automatic rank ups that just happened over the course of regular story events, rather than him having his own story. Hey, Waifung. Well, Yummy, back in the day they did. The smell arcades had back in the day was cigarette smoke. Wave dashing makes you stinky. Waltz Queen, I would love to see some signs put up around Evo that say that. Oh no, Shersha, smoking isn't allowed in arcades nowadays. In, well, in a lot of countries anyway. I guess in Japan it still is, but in America and here in Germany, smoking is forbidden in arcades. Honestly, Yami, I don't miss the old smoke-filled, musty, nasty arcades. I like it when they're clean. I could use a shower. Why don't we call it a day?
We will meet again.
Hey, I wanted to express my gratitude again for today. Thank you for hanging out with me. I had quite a lot of fun. I don't play these games too often, so I honestly wasn't sure how well I'd do. Hopefully I didn't come off as too much of a novice. I wish I'd played better. Wow, that false modesty, man. You did fine. Really, I'm honored that you think so. I suppose I've always been quick to grasp the fundamentals of anything, but that's also been a concern for me. There's this constant pressure. Everyone expects me to be capable of anything, which is stressful in and of itself. Still, games are rather fun. It was quite a novel experience. Usually, I just read in my leisure time. And shoot stuff. It offered more realism than I expected, and I was impressed by how immersive it felt. Usually, I really struggle with enjoying the same pastimes as my peers, but thanks to you, I had fun today. I hope you can join me again if you get the chance. Now I'll talk to you later. Actually, later you'll talk to me later. Now you're talking to me now. Some detective. Ah, thanks, Waifu-sensei. It's not much, but it's better than nothing.
Well then.
That reminds me of the home show. Oh, okay. Again? Didn't we just do that?
Okay. Okay.
Wait, oh, okay. What, Yami? Oh. Yummy, are you accusing me of being a chaotic evil? These are pretty good, Yami. Yeah, this is good, Yami. I like this. I love how the hammer and the greatsword are chaotic good. And of course, hunting horn and sword and shield are lawful good. Well, Yami, bow or heavy bow gun. But I switch between a lot of weapons in Monster Hunter World. I like the hammer a lot. Really, Decoy? I'm sorry to hear that. About having to cut onions out of your diet, but on the other hand, ginger is pretty good. And also, Decoy, garlic is not part of the onion family. Yami, the charge blade is way too complicated. I can't wrap my head around that shit. And I don't think I was terribly bad with the hammer for a beginner when I first picked it up. Oh, that sucks, Decoy. I'm sorry, man. Alright, well, this is Sunday, so let's go check for Aojiru. Yusuke is once again not here.
Hi. Man.
Alright. We got some efficiency. Let's go get an affinity reading. And matter of fact, I think we actually need to work on Chihaya, so we'll get another fortune reading with her.
Is this?
Alright. We will go for
What shall we
the
do?
affinity reading. It is really goofy that she doesn't have a unique line of dialogue for selecting her.
Here we go.
And I think I'm going to go for the flower shop today, which means I'm going to want a luck boost for
What shall we do?
kindness.
Now.
There we go.
What do you think?
All right, off to the flower shop.
Hey, hey! What do you want to do?
All right, let's work. Yeah, fennel's not bad, Decoy. It has almost a licorice kind of flavor to it. That apron's really starting to look good on you.
Oh, yeah.
Nice work today. It's almost time for your shift to end. Be careful on your way home. Things have been dangerous in this area. Did something happen?
The thing is...
Haven't you heard? There have been quite a few assaults. Just the day before yesterday, a man was hospitalized after getting attacked by someone. Attacked by who? It's only a rumor, but I heard it was a famous thug from around here named Taizo Naguri. But the police can't handle the situation without any proof. Honestly, I've been worried too. I only take the main roads home. Even if it takes a bit longer. Maybe the Phantom Thieves could do something about him since the police have their hands tied. I almost forgot. Here's your pay for today.
You did great.
Be careful on your way home. Mantis Man, thank you so much for stopping in. And have a good one. Take it easy. We got some kindness.
Hey,
What do you think? It's Phantom Thieves time. That's the
Right.
lamest delivery ever. His name was Taizo Naguri. Let's go to Mementos and take his distorted desires.
wanna head back?
I guess we'd better go home.
Ah, you're back.
Well then.
Well, Shersha, you could always have some stir fry.
Where have you been? Been searching all along. Confessing while alone.
Oh, I keep forgetting what time zone you're in, Shersha.
Without a sign.
It's what? It's pretty early in the morning over there, isn't it?
The real question to be asked.
All right, let's check the home shopping program. The drink set. 22nd made, 20 water of rebirth.
Hiding both
Floral gift set. We might as well get the drink set because there are some SP recovery items in there.
what else should I be? Please don't take off my mask.
Yeah, Shersha, exactly. It's pretty early there. I mean, you've probably been up all night, I would guess.
Oh,
Okay, well,
Moments of calm.
since we got the kindness boost, I think maybe
I'm here around it.
we should double down on that and go work at Crossroads.
hey, hey.
All right, Lala, you know what? Yes, I'll do it.
Thank you.
All right, go on and change. Change into what? Oh no, they don't have me wearing drag, do they? Okay, no, they don't.
Okay then.
Let me explain what you'll be doing here, darling. It's your first time, so things might be a little scary, but just try to relax. It's easy work. I'll need your help with some chores around the bar, washing dishes, clearing tables, the like. I have to entertain the customers, so I can't do those things myself. That's why you're here now. And there you have it. Explanation finito. You have any questions? Do I need to cross-dress? Because I saw such a cute outfit at the store on my way here.
Oh, honey.
Are you interested? I can be your producer if that's the case. Just kidding. I don't want to break any adult entertainment laws, you know? What you're wearing now is fine. Do you have any questions? Anything to be careful
I
of?
mean,
There's just one of me, so sometimes I can't pay attention to all my customers. Would you be on the lookout for those times? I'm sure they'll want to talk to you too. Ah, very good, Decoy. Sounds like it was a success. No, Shersha, but I guess it was closer to that than what I was actually going for. My Jewish mom voice is, more like, "Did you do your chores yet? When are you gonna marry a nice girl and give me grandchildren? You're such a handsome young man." It's not great. I'm doing all right, thanks, Soretsu. How about you? How's your playthrough going? No, Meminim, that was my attempt at a Jewish mom voice. Like I said, it's not great. You kind of have to do a little bit of a New York accent for the Jewish mom voice. But I don't do a very good New York accent. There are only a couple of voices I do well, and that's not one of them. Neither is that, Sam. Alright, they're all great people, so don't worry. I'm sure it'll be a good experience for you. You have any questions? There's alcohol
I
here.
don't think so.
You're underage, right? So please don't touch any of the alcohol. No drinking it, of course, but that also means no serving it either. I'll do that, don't worry.
It's all you.
All right. It's almost time for the customers to arrive, so good luck.
Hey, hey.
Shersha, I don't even know where to begin attempting to replicate that. I'm not even sure I know what accent that is. Ah, very good, Haretsu. So you've been making faster progress than I have. Do it, Haretsu. Take him out. Imagine if you did have to cross-dress for this job. Oh! Not dead! Thank you so much for the 500 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Not Dead. I really appreciate that. Thank you for helping keep the Ragtime Lounge in business and helping feed a hungry spy. Shersha, what do you mean you paid the fine? Like I said, I don't even know where to begin trying to do a voice like that. I would have loved to see you all dolled up. Yeah, well... Morgana, maybe you should
Nice
play
work,
Persona 4.
Honey.
Thanks for your help. A minor like you should probably be getting home around now. Okay. Decent amount of money for that.
See you.
You're still underage and Shinjuku is dangerous at night. Oh, I almost forgot. We get a lot more customers on Sundays. Today was just a small crowd. I'm guessing they're trying to cope with the fact that they have to go back to work again. Yeah. Quarantine is great, ain't it? I know what you meant, Shersha. Honestly, Decoy, I think Chad pulled it off better than Kanji did. Just hinting that I'm going to need some extra hands on Sundays. Any help would be greatly appreciated. I was hoping we'd get some more information about our target here, but I guess it's not that easy. Let's stop by here a few more times. It's easier to see a customer's face since this place is so cramped. I think you look more dependable now.
Wanna head back?
Oh, okay. Morgana's getting sleepy. We'd better go home. Hey, Monotone, welcome! Is this freaking Ryuji again? No, it's Makoto. I want to go look for a book. There's something I'm curious about. I'm going to Booktown in Jinbocho. Can you make some time since it's summer vacation? I'd like you to help me look for it. I think I'm gonna pass. Because I've got other stuff I want to do. Matter of fact, I would like to go get a luck reading and go do the Big Bang Challenge again. Because now that we've graduated to the Tier 1 challenge, the stats we will get from it are going to be humongous.
What shall we do? Now.
Upset Coffee, it feels like nobody in this game can do anything without the protagonist walking them through it holding their hand. Not always, Decoy, no. Because the outing with Makoto would only have gotten me a couple of social link points with her and maybe somebody else. However, taking the Big Bang Challenge today will get me a very large amount of stat points for every stat. Oh, okay. I see, Shersha. All right, Saphirios, have a good walk. Okay, yeah, we're going to get the boost to guts. And we're going to need it because we are about to blow our guts out on the Big Bang Challenge. The Fool card, well, that's appropriate.
What do you think?
All right, look out, Big Bang Burger. Peter Barakon's coming. I would like to take the challenge.
Yeah.
You might be able to gain some guts. You can probably do it as you are now, all right. As you are a first mate, the ultimate mission awaits. Okay, Saphirios. Yeah, not all of the books are worthwhile, Decoy. Some of them are, but not all. Challenge will cost 2,500 yen. Certainly. Now then, go take a seat, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
This is the final task before you can ascend to the rank of captain. Our store's behemoth burger stands in your way, a meal of Leviathan proportions. Christ almighty on a stick. Look at this thing. The Cosmic Tower Burger.
That's incredible.
It's massive. I'm honestly at a loss for words. This burger is the ultimate embodiment of consumerism and gluttony. I mean, the limitless nature of space. The volume, the flavor, the calories, every aspect of this burger is astronomical. If you can succeed at eating the entire thing, you will be presented with an extraordinary gift. Wonder if anyone's ever actually finished it.
Now then.
Well then, it's time to get the 30-minute Big Bang Challenge started.
Greetings, undead.
Yeah, Decoy, but that's just natural selection at work, isn't it? Not Dead, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge. Really appreciate your support. Oh, Christ. I'm amazed he can even lift this. This is a tough battle. It looks good, but it's so big. Yeah, that's what none of my past girlfriends have ever told me. I love the little clown nose at the end.
Whoa.
You've done it again.
Congratulations.
My sincerest congratulations on completing the final challenge. Since you managed to topple the Cosmic Tower Burger, I present to you the Captain Badge, which is probably garbage. The Burger Baron who defeated the challenge, the Big Bang, but great, thank you. 10 Big Bang Burgers. No more challenges await, but please do the challenge again and show us how gallant you are, and also how dead you'll be after you finish it. Well, not dead. There are worse times you could have subbed. No, Mel, they don't care. They also understand that it's natural selection. It's just that the protagonist of Persona 5 happens to be able to beat natural selection. All of us here at the Big Bang Burger sincerely await your return, you jackass.
I knew you could do it.
You beat the Cosmic Tower. You were so admirable, taking on such a daunting task with that intense level of courage. Yeah! Look at all my huge gains. Guts, kindness, charm, supersize my stomach. Guts, kindness, charm, proficiency, knowledge, and waist size. 1 week left until Medjed's attack. I wonder what's going to happen. Didn't they say they would confiscate our possessions? We have nothing to do with this. Why is this happening to us? How will the Phantom Thieves take responsibility for this?
Man, it's hot.
Oh, interesting, Haretsu. Okay, thanks for the heads up. Peter Pillarman Barakan, Mel. Fantastic. 1 more week. Hey, you see the forum? People have been telling us to hurry up. I hate these repeated conversations. It's the same damn conversation every 2 or 3 days a week. Second Maid and Water of Rebirth.
Oh.
All right. Who's around? Oya and Mishima are around, but I hate them. I wonder if our next Velvet Room request is open yet. Because those are fantastic. Yes! Perfect!
Let's do it.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, you little
What are you gonna do
brats.
today? Now.
A present-day Tower of Babel. It looms high in the heavens, so high that the humans down below on Earth are no longer even visible to the naked eye. Such a grand structure would be far too dangerous for humans. We find that we have a duty to investigate. That sounds like the Sky Tree. Yep.
What'll you do?
You mean the Sky Tree? So it's named the Sky Tree, huh? That's pretty impressive sounding. It's no Tower of Babel, but still quite fine.
Onward in
Yes, the boldness of the moniker is quite promising. Take us there at once.
Whoa! It's crazy out there.
So this is the present-day Tower of Babel. Incredible! What we're looking at over here is the old, original Tokyo Tower, which is the building that's lit up like that. The Sky Tree actually replaced Tokyo Tower. Tokyo Tower was a broadcast tower. But when they switched over from analog signals to digital, they needed a newer tower that was equipped with all the new standards. So they built the Sky Tree to replace Tokyo Tower. And Tokyo Tower is now no longer used for broadcasting. Oh, Not Dead 2! That was you who messaged me about that on Twitter. Okay. It's sort of a curry, but sort of not. Korma is a specific type of sauce in Indian cuisine, not dead, and it has a lot of similarities to curry, but korma, I think, is like the actual dish korma requires and by definition uses chickpeas. Matter of fact, here we are. Yeah, I was thinking of a different dish when I mentioned the chickpeas. I think that might be chana dal. But korma is... it's basically meat and vegetables braised in a yogurt sauce. There. Amazing decoy. Hi, Cuttlefish. Welcome. Mel, I think the Skytree is like the 3rd or 4th tallest building in the world. The Burj Khalifa is the tallest. And the 2nd tallest, I think, is some tower in Russia. The 3rd tallest, I'm not sure. I think the Skytree is like the 3rd or 4th tallest. It's really tall. Oh, Not Dead. Excellent. Yeah. Not Dead. If you ever decide to use the korma again, now you have a better idea of how to prepare it. But yeah, the actual curry recipe that you're talking about, I think you'll really enjoy. Yeah, Decoy, it's a really, really tall building. And if I remember correctly, the height difference between the Skytree and the Burj Khalifa is not all that significant. I think it's a difference of like 100 meters or so. And the Skytree is already, I want to say, 400 or 500 meters tall. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, Not Dead. You did a pretty good job, all things considered. But now you know, right? Thanks, Mel. I was just gonna say, I'm sure that there's a modern, like a current comparison. Alright, let's see. Yeah, the Burj Khalifa is the tallest, followed by Shanghai Tower, Burj Al Bait Towers, One World Trade Center, Willis Tower, Taipei 101, Shanghai World Financial... Most of these are in China, so this list has changed. Frankly, I'm amazed the John Hancock Center is even still on this list. Oh, wait, but this was as of 2014. Yeah, Yami, I'm really surprised. I could have sworn the Skytree was on that list. Oh, it is, isn't it, Not Dead? And props to you. Not Dead, are you an EMT or a medic? Props to you for doing that in these difficult times, man. It appears we've underestimated the current extent of human technology. In the metal box that took us here, my ears were so tortured by its sounds I thought I would faint. But as a trial for reaching this place, it was mere child's play. Oh my, what could that tiny thing in the sky be? An airplane? They truly do appear to be quite cramped inside. This is quite the view. It almost appears as if we could crush the people below like insects. Justine, look at that! Loud as ever. What is it?
How could this
There's a
happen?
hole in the floor. Is it some kind of trap? Ah, hello, Modaferu. Welcome. Excellent. Enjoy your tea. GG, Not Dead. GG, man. Good luck and hang in there. I wish there was something I could offer you besides a little bit of entertainment, but, keep on keeping on, man. Meminim, if they tried that, I'm pretty sure the twins would have something to say about it. The twins are basically superhuman demigods. No, it's safe.
What was that?
Safe how? There is a hole in the floor. Does this trap lure overly confident passers-by into falling to their doom? We cannot discount the possibility. By the way, inmate, I've heard this Tower of Babel has a path that leads even higher than where we are now, all the way to the heavens.
Really?
What? Is that true? Take us there immediately. This is the upper observation lounge. Well, it doesn't reach all the way to the heavens, but the view is still rather impressive. Oh, that might be it, Mel. Oh, good, Not Dead. I'm glad you have an opportunity to at least, get in a little R&R between calls. My mother is an EMT, Not Dead, so I know how that goes. Oh, those are handy, aren't they, Mortiferu? Decoy, they are granted power by Igor, who in turn is granted power by Philemon. And I wouldn't say they're more powerful than gods, they do still have their limitations. The way that Elizabeth describes it in Persona 3, Decoy, is just that the chains of mortality are a little bit looser for the residents of the Velvet Room than they are for everybody else. Margaret, Elizabeth, and Theo, Jalapeno. It's really only the twins. Yeah, Decoy, but those aren't the actual gods. They're just personas in the shape of those gods. Yeah, Yummy, I was gonna say, the list that Mel originally linked was from 2014, and Skytree wasn't completed in 2014. I don't believe it was completed until 2018 or 2019, I don't think. Yeah, Not Dead, some people are just really hardcore speedrunners. I, meanwhile, am the opposite of that. Really, Yami? What building am I thinking of then? I'm quite sure there was a really tall building in Japan that was only completed recently. Maybe I'm thinking of one of the ones in China somewhere. Yes, we can see well past the city from here, almost to the ends of the earth. However, Caroline, are you attempting to back out of this? What do you mean by that? Why would I suddenly get scared after already coming so close? Oh, I see. Then why not go even closer and enjoy the view?
Are you joking?
What? Cut it out. If you want to look so badly, then go do it. Don't mind if I do. Hey, are those kids okay? Where are their parents? Ah, they're just playing around. See, that guy's chaperoning them.
Hey, inmate.
Great, now we're part of some humiliating misunderstanding. All because you were making such a scene, inmate. What a burden. You were the one who should feel humiliated. Yeah, for standing here. It's all my fault. What a great view, though. I see how looking down from here could make a person feel like a god. Huh. Human desire really knows no bounds, does it? Yes, it's no wonder their hearts grow twisted when they're living in a city frothing with so much desire. Well, we've learned the secret of the Tower of Babel, so we'll consider this assignment complete. I don't think so, Yami. The 109 building was completed long before 2019. That building has been standing since the 70s. I get it, dude, but I could never actually play games that way. It's all about challenging yourself and raising the bar for yourself, dude. Well, yeah, Not Dead. I'd have finished the game by now if I were playing it offline. But games like this are really well suited to streaming for me personally, because they don't really have any pressure for time or attention. You can, for the most part, take your time and, advance through the dialogue prompts at your own pace, which enables me to address chat whenever something is going on in chat, which is most of the time. Yeah, it must have been a building in China I was thinking of, Yami. Harukaja, Rakukaja, and Tsukukaja. Great.
Now,
Which are
let us
actually
return.
less useful than the skill cards they gave me for the previous one.
Hey,
Yes, Morgana, I know. Mementos, mementos, mementos. Alright, let's see. Makoto is around. We should go check... well, we should go hang out with Makoto, but we first should go check... Yusuke is not here. I guess I'll go hang out with Makoto.
I'll just add this.
well,
Hey, do you have some time to talk about Aiko's boyfriend? We've got Silky, so we're good to go. Yeah, let's get it
Thank
out of the
you.
way. We can take the back entrance into the school. Yami, are you okay? Avocado Mentos, dude? Aiko's boyfriend, Tsukasa, has been sending me a lot of texts recently. His days and nights are reversed due to his work, so he often sends me a good morning late at night. Does Aiko know about this? I'm not sure. I'd definitely tell Aiko if he asked me on a date. But for now, things are generally pretty normal. Mostly messages like, how's boof? And hope oo had a great day today. You think their relationship could actually be serious? Was I just biased to think that all he wants from Aiko is her money? Well, no. He also wants her ass. 5, not dead. Yeah, Yami, avocado-flavored Mentos. Maybe Japan would like that, but... no, he's totally suspicious.
yes.
I mean, it does sound like a TV show, a lying host that tricks women into debt, then forces them to sell their bodies. But those kinds of things exist in reality as well. Immoral hosts, human trafficking rings... My father even mentioned to me about gangs of men that look specifically for depressed women in Shinjuku.
It seems...
They take advantage of the loneliness those girls feel to force them into horribly abusive situations. Then, after ensuring the girls are buried in crippling debt, they make them sell their bodies to pay it off. There are other ways they force girls into it as well. Blackmail, illegal immigration. There are countless victims of schemes like that.
Well, thanks for that.
Mel, Japan just has its own shorthand for this kind of stuff. Frankly, a lot of it's just Kaumoji. Time is convoluted. Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Mel, a good example is that the Japanese equivalent of LOL, like if you're texting in Japanese and you want to express laughing out loud, the shorthand for that in Japanese is W, which, yeah, some of you already know it, which stands for warau, which is laughter. Countless gangs as well. My father was going after a particularly notorious one when... In the course of his investigation, he was hit by an errant truck. The impact killed him instantly. At first, it was thought to be an accident, but at the funeral, I overheard my father's supervisor speaking with my sister. He was saying my father had likely been assassinated. They suspected that the gang he was investigating hired the driver. Who was their leader? I don't know. The driver died on impact as well, but apparently they found drugs in his bloodstream. Either way, that gang has been pushed back into the shadows thanks to the Shinjuku cleanup operation. I'm not sure any of that would have happened if not for the incident with my father. Well, he was a noble man at the very least. He truly was, wasn't he? I wish I could be a little more like him myself. Instead, I've just been hesitant. That's actually why my sister became a prosecutor to begin with. She couldn't stand by and watch as evil prevailed over justice. That passion undoubtedly came from our father. Our mother passed away many years back, so when father was killed, we had to survive on our own. The responsibility, the pressure of all of that fell on my sister. Because of that, she can't help but talk down on our father at times. She says death is no different than surrender. But I still look up to him. I was often lonely because of how much time he spent at work, but seeing him tirelessly pursue one case after the next was nothing short of incredible. That was how my father chose to live his life, trying to bring justice and order to the world around him. I'm sure he was happy.
Yes.
Yeah. Come to think of it, there was something he used to say to me all the time. The most important part of your life is how you choose to live it. As long as you live it for society and not yourself. Lol. How have I chosen to live? And more importantly, how do I want to live? Honestly, Makoto, you can figure that out now.
I see.
Now, you're right. I can still change my path going forward. To be honest, I've been determined to follow my path, follow the path that my sister laid for me. After my father's death, I wanted to lighten the burden on her as much as I possibly could. Oh, we were supposed to be talking about Aiko here. Sorry for going off topic.
Actually...
You know, I've never actually talked to anyone about my father. Such a painful memory to look back on. But I feel comfortable discussing it with you, and beyond that, I think I understand my life a little better now, so
much.
thank you. Allows you to see the null, repel, and drain when highlighting a target in battle. Alright.
All right.
It's not that great, but it's okay. Oh, it's Aiko, gloating again. Maybe I'll, skip college and just get married to Tsukasa instead. I guess she's choosing how she wants to live, too. As long as she's sure she's happy. Another message. You serious about Barakan-kun? Want to have a double wedding? I'm game if you are. Ha, don't be ridiculous. I couldn't even begin to think about marriage at this point in my life. Well, I'm glad somebody her age has a little bit of restraint. By the way, you can keep pretending to be my boyfriend a bit longer, right? That's the best method I have of keeping tabs on Aiko and Tsukasa. At any rate, thanks for listening to me today. I'll let you know if anything urgent comes up.
All right then.
It is a bit of a conflict of interest with being a phantom thief, Memedim, isn't it? You have time right now? Sorry for venting so much before. Just wanted to talk about Aiko, but I got a little off topic. Thanks for still pretending to be my boyfriend, too. I don't trust Aiko's boyfriend yet, so can we keep this up until I can make... We literally already... I agreed to this, Makoto. That repetition thing again. Bye.
Man, it's hot.
You know, NDHC employee, I'm not sure whether I disagree with that or agree with it. Alright, who's around? Oh, it looks like Hifumi's around. Alright, well, let's check the recycling shop.
The city is way too hot.
How can I help you?
Damn it. They haven't restocked yet, I guess. What about Yusuke? Is he around? No, he isn't. Alright, I guess we'll just go hang out at the church. Every Sunday they collect donations. Okay.
Oh?
Fumi's talking to someone. She seems kind of troubled. We've got Kodama, so we're good to go. Let's go talk to her. Thank you for shaking my hand. I'm never gonna wash it.
Huh?
Huh? Please wash it. I can't believe you're really here, in a church. I read on the internet that you pray to God for victory. Is that true? No. Can I take a selfie with you and post it online? Sorry, I've been turning down all such requests. By the way, is it true you're trying to become a professional shogi player? Well, nothing's been... I'll be cheering for you to qualify. You'd be the first woman to surpass the 3rd Dan League. I really believe in you. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Men like that approach me all the time. At first I thought you were one of them. I really must apologize for being rude to you. It bothers me when people make such a big fuss over me. Considering that the priest is doing me a great favor by letting me play here. You see, he's my shogi friend. And he's very kind. He once told me that he wanted to become a professional player. And he doesn't laugh at my embarrassing habit when we play together.
Oh.
So I did the photo shoot. I'm embarrassed just thinking about it. Did you see it? It was called The Venus of Shogi. Describes you perfectly. Nonsense. Please stop. Ever since I won the Female Shogi League, I've been getting a lot of attention. I just figured I could contribute to the shogi world. Besides, my mother seems to be very happy. I'm sure she's not totally making bank on my career or anything. Whenever I win, she rejoices as if it were her own victory. So I want to live up to the expectations she has for me. However, she's been a bit overzealous lately. She set up the interview and the photo shoot. It's as if she wants to be the manager of a celebrity. Having a difficult time? A bit. But it's fine because it's all for my mother.
Sorry.
Even if she's trying to exploit me. I should be teaching you how to play instead of talking about Mummy Dearest. Today I'll be showing you something very practical. It's a tactic for using the reserve pawns you've taken from your opponent in a more effective way. Nevertheless, I apologize. You're such a good listener, I feel at ease speaking with you.
Actually,
Aside from the priest, you're actually the first person I've spoken to about my mother. Cool. Chance for a follow-up by a backup member if Joker downs an enemy. Alright, that's not bad. Now then, I will instruct you while we
I look
play. Are you
forward to
ready?
it.
I got some knowledge. Ha! Yeah, that's minimum rank 5, Ultima. Honestly, Decoy, I think it's a shame that they were cut. Oh, I see. They extracted her model. I wonder if they decided to cut her because of the design. This is an even more provocative design than Anne's. And honestly, she looks like potentially a female version of Joker. The hair is almost the same. No, we're nowhere near that yet, Hunter. We have a long way to go yet.
Until next time.
All right. Ah, this is Hifumi. I appreciate you spending time with me today. I ended up feeling much better after sharing my concerns with you. But this hardly seems fair. How can I teach you properly when I'm this distressed? Yeah, and that would certainly fit Joker, Waifung. Bring it on, I guess. Are you sure? You really are a strange individual, but thank you for the encouragement. If that's the case, I can only hope to repay you through my lessons. You make for a refreshing opponent. Somehow, the more we exchange, the more I feel my world expanding. Teaching you is also a great learning experience for me, as it leads to a deeper understanding of myself. Well then, if you'll excuse me. 4 more days, right? What's gonna happen? The Phantom Thieves will do something about it. Can they really? We don't even know who they are. It's probably impossible. We need some sort of miracle. They do something about it, they'd be gods.
Way too hot.
The space station, Megumi. Well, no, Burning Jalapeno. They would have scrapped the idea very, very, very early on. Alright, let's see. It looks like Yusuke might be here. Thank goodness he is.
By the way, I see.
First things first. Let us duplicate. Oh, we should have him duplicate Samara Karm.
Very well. Beautifully executed.
Very good. Very good indeed.
By the way,
Alright. Let's hang out with Yusuke. How does your schedule look today? I wish for you to join me if possible. Yeah, let's do it. Thanks for your concern. I'd like to enter Mementos again today. I believe that place holds the truth of the human
Let us
heart.
be off.
Let us go. This place never fails to amaze me, no matter how many times we come. Where does this passage even go? Feels as though I'm being sucked inside merely by gazing upon it. So this is the heart of man. It is ugly, yet beautiful as well. That duality is what makes humanity such an interesting subject. As you know, I've been confused recently about the reason for my art. Did I want to be recognized, or did I want to capture pure beauty? Was it due to my talent, or just my upbringing? Actually, Haretsu, it turns out incense is not necessary for doing that. Although you're right, I probably should be using it, but there's a much more efficient and faster way. Yeah, Not Dead, and I'm really glad for that, too. I'm glad they did away with that crap. Really, Decoy? We were living with Sae instead of Sojiro in the early versions of the game? Haretsu, I'm talking about using the gallows during fusion alarms. Oh, okay, Silver Flame, gotcha. She was Makoto's mother. Wow. Well, that's a drastic change. Well, Decoy, for once they were right about something. It's a good thing they changed that. That's a good question, Not Dead. I will have to check when I get back to LeBlanc. Yeah, Hunter, she definitely does. Oh, that would have been weird, Silver Flame. Each answer would seem correct at first, yet only prove itself false upon a more in-depth examination. Peter,
what are your thoughts?
when my mother was painting the Sayuri, what do you think she was thinking about? Her love for her son. Such love is almost embarrassing to have pointed out to me. You're probably right. However, I believe that was not the only thing she thought about. It seems the Sayuri was meant to impart something to me, and to all others who view it for that matter. Love, regret, loneliness, anxiety, calm, and hope. All of the emotions my mother felt conveyed plainly to the viewer. That is why it has such a profoundly unique impact on those who see it. My paintings pale in comparison to such a depth of meaning. How could I have hoped to convey pure beauty with my limited palette? And yet that painting has kept me going this whole time. During particularly difficult nights, it was there to soothe my sadness. It acted almost as a ray of light cutting through the somber darkness.
How could this be?
I'd wanted to create a similar beacon of hope for others, but it seems I lost sight of that goal. Look, this world is a dark, unrelenting place, Peter. That is why I'm going to wield my brush again, to give hope to all those who see my paintings. You've really changed, Yusuke, except you really kind of haven't.
Yes.
Yes, thanks to you, you chose to help me work through my problems instead of leaving me to my sadness. Now I will use my art to paint over the blackness of this world. It shall become a vivid realm full of hope. I expect it will be a most beautiful sight to behold. Perhaps you will see it someday, Peter. Yup.
All right.
This radiant light growing within me. It must be the light of hope. I shall paint it. I can sense shadows in the area. We should probably leave. Ah, you two.
Oh,
Kawanabe-san. On your way home? You clearly have time on your hands, Yusuke-kun. I'm on my way now to prepare for the competition. Speaking of which, do you plan on entering? Indeed, I do. Your pride may not be too pleased with the outcome. After all, the winner's spot is not simply yours for the taking. I suppose whether you ultimately opt to enter is entirely your decision, though. The more the merrier, yes? Ah ha ha ha.
I see.
The winner's spot. Ah yes, I was hoping to prove my talent to him by taking the top prize home. That no longer matters to me, though. I'm going to enter my painting merely so that others can be exposed to
See
it.
you later.
Later.
Rain, huh?
Oh, hi, Kohei! Yeah, watching Wooly play Naruto is something. Willie, I'm thinking of Marcus's old username back on GameFAQs. We're really running out of time here. People are getting even more yes! We've literally had this conversation 9 times now. Literally 9 times. Ooh!
Hey, hey!
Are you gonna play crossword puzzles? Hello, Silvercrest, welcome!
The real question to be asked, where have I been? I'm a sharpshooter.
Let's see, Silverflame.
Outpost masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw.
Ah!
I'm a sharpshooter. What else should I be? Please don't take
Yeah, this would have been really weird, Silverflame.
moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found an empty
Alright,
glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling what
yeah, I know, right, Waltz Queen?
I need that mask. I'm a chef.
It does get really old.
Outpost masquerade, hiding both.
Alright. A common skin injury. Down. Sunscreen letters? Oh! I bet that's the acronym for sunlight protection factor. That's probably SPF. Involuntary pain alert? Not sure about that one. In great demand? Big? Oh no! The theme is sunscreen, so... Of course, it's hot. Soothing cream. Oh, the second letter is O, so that's probably lotion. A common skin... Oh, this is probably sunburn. What could this be then? Something you something something. So C, H, O, and A. L? I'd really like to get this. Oh, I see it. It's O-U-C-H. Involuntary pain. The word alert is really poorly chosen. It should have been an involuntary pain outcry or exclamation. But whatever. This is an inflammation of the skin caused by UV rays and sunlight, resulting in a temporary change in skin pigmentation. UV rays reflect off of many surfaces, including water, sand, and snow. This can result in sunburns even while snowboarding or skiing.
All right.
I see. Nice.
Thank you, Decoy. I'll check it out after the stream. Oh, okay, Decoy. Maybe I'll hold off then, if it's got spoilers. Alright, let's go see if Yusuke is around. Man, hasn't been there at all. Alright, let's go deal with Mishima then.
Oh no, rain? Wow, this is amazing.
Alright, you need to prepare for your next move, right? I've been doing the same, actually. Preparing for what, you ask? I could tell you if you have the time. Let's hang out with this idiot.
Let's get going.
Let's head over to the diner. It's lame just standing around here. So, how go the activities? Mishima, why do you have a gun? Actually, I already know. The fan site's been crazy busy thanks to you guys. This book here is all about the latest security techniques, and this is a model gun. Cost me a lot of money. Looks almost real.
No.
Well, yeah, that just goes to show how special it is. I heard they had to completely halt production because people kept mistaking it for a real gun. It was suggested to me by this military buff from the fandom. Figured I could use a bit of security since I'm the sole admin of the whole fan site. I mean, you guys are getting really popular. There's been a lot more info on the forum lately, too. Some of the stuff up there is pretty scary, so it seemed like I might need a little protection. Not like what I say is going to change what you do, but don't do anything stupid. Stupid.
No.
This is just for self-defense. Yeah, good luck defending yourself with a model gun. I mean, people might come after me if they found out I was working with the Phantom Thieves, right? Why? Are you worried about them finding that out? But as I was saying, we've had a pretty massive influx of new posts on the forum lately. One of them seems particularly worthwhile. It's bigger than anything we've done so far. But if we want to really make the Phantom Thieves famous, we'll need to go after some flashier targets. Leave this to me, though. I'll get all the info we need, even if I have to put myself in danger to do it. Mishima seems extra motivated to get himself killed. Mishima's desperation. That's appropriate.
All right.
By the way, do I look any different to you?
Actually...
People keep telling me it seems like I've changed recently. I guess I can't hide my newfound confidence, huh? My true worth will finally... Well, if it isn't Mishima. Akiyama-kun. Long time no see, Zero. You know, we've been sitting just over there the whole time, but we didn't even notice you sitting here. You're exactly the same as you were back in middle school, Mishima. Yeah, once a zero, always a zero. Yeah, haha. You haven't changed your cell number, have you? Oh, no, I haven't. Then why didn't you come to our hangout? All our ex-classmates were there, you know. Oh, wait, nobody even remembered you existed. Can't even invite a guy you can't remember, right? Right, aha. So, this cleanly and immediately exposes the reason why Mishima is so desperate to use the Phantom Thieves for his own ends. It's sad and it's pathetic, but unfortunately it's also really common, especially in people who are bullied. Come on, guys, let's go.
It's just...
Not what it looks like, okay? You know that one guy in every class who ends up being the butt of all the jokes? That guy was me.
Damn it.
But I've changed now. I can help you. I'm not going to be that boring guy anymore.
Sorry.
I'm going to be a stupid guy who takes dumb, needless risks instead. Ugh. Yeah, I love how none of them even mentioned the gun. Waifung. Anyway, it's getting late. We should probably head home.
Well, see you later.
I agree, Waltz Queen. Oh, Barakan, just so you know, I'm going to work even harder. Not just in managing the fan site, but also help make the Phantom Thieves a household name. I'm going to do everything in my power, so you can just kick back and relax. Did something happen? What? No! You just go ahead and focus on changing those bad guys' hearts. Okay, I better go, but we'll talk again soon, okay? All right. Actually, Makoto did want to hang out. Maybe we should just go hang out with her.
I should write something.
Let me save first, though. Yeah, you know what? We really ought to finish our
Something the matter?
party members' social links as soon as we can. So what did you want to talk about? Well, I was wondering if you could maybe lend me some cash. Ah, here it is. What? It's nothing real major, but I need it like right now. I'll pay you back though. Honest, please. Does this have to do with Tsukasa? Uh-huh. He dropped a super expensive bottle of sake at work, so the club's making him pay for it. But he needs help.
How suspicious.
He's lying to you, Aiko. Don't give him the money. He's not lying. I know you're all weird about the fact that he's a host, but my Tsukasa's not like that. He's really gentle and honest, too. And that is how these guys win these ignorant, dumb girls over. They get into their heads, and once they get past a certain point, the guy doesn't even need to do any work because the girl just makes up all these excuses for him. He even calls me princess. I'm the only one he says that to, you know. He says it because I'm special. So he calls you his special princess. What do you think, Peter-kun? He says that to all his girls.
Yes.
Have to agree. Every girl who gives him money is his princess. That way he can never get their names mixed up. Don't accuse him of that stuff. You don't have any proof. You're not wrong about that, but did you ask anyone at his club about the broken bottle? Well, no. He told me not to talk to them about it, though. He's too proud to have me go crying to his boss. Please, Makoto, you're the only person I can trust. All my other friends would rather focus on cram school and entrance exams than take the time to help me. And who knows what my parents would say if I tried to ask them. Please, even a little. I think you should end your relationship with him. If you don't put a stop to this, he might try to drag you into some suspicious line of work. Oh, he already got me a job. It's nothing weird, though. I'm just serving drinks at a bar to help him pay off that broken bottle. He says I'll be #1 in no time. Maybe I'll just keep doing it after I graduate high school, though. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna go to college. Aiko, you can't just do what he says. He's trying to deceive you. Smart person like you totally wouldn't understand what it's like. You're just gonna go to a good college, work at a fancy company, and then what? At the end of the day, your life's gonna be totally boring. I mean, is that seriously how you want to live? I'm not sure yet. But be that as it may, you should still stay as far away from him as you can. But you're not gonna help me. Ah, just forget it. I can make it up if I just let some customers take me out on dates after work. Aiko, wait. I didn't want to have to tell you this, but Tsukasa has been texting me almost constantly. Recently, he's been asking if my sister and I live alone, and that he'd be glad to help us out. Even today, he asked me if I'm still happy with my boyfriend. Listen to me, Aiko. He's not serious about you. Don't give me that crap. Tsukasa's just so nice that he'd worry about my friends for me. Wait, were you texting him behind my back? What the hell, Makoto? It was mostly him texting me. You've got the grades, the looks, a cool boyfriend, and you seriously still want more? Tsukasa's all I have. You can't take him from me.
Please listen.
That's not what I'm trying to do. Yeah, right, just keep your hands off. I'd never forgive you if you stole him away, Makoto. This is the dumbest girl ever. The absolute dumbest. And I think part of it is even dumb beyond realistic teenage stupidity. It's dumb because JRPG writing. The combination of those two is a little too much to swallow, though. Tsukasa is all she has? You know, I think she's exactly the kind of girl those gangs in Shinjuku are on the lookout for. Lonely, depressed girls who have nowhere to vent their frustrations.
Actually...
And who are dumb and ignorant and naive. Aiko's family is quite well off. Upset Coffee, I think we've all met somebody like that at some point. I know it is Decoy. I'm saying that the JRPG stupidity on top of that does not help. Her multi-talented younger brother seems to be the sole focus of her parents' attention, though. I'm sure that's why she fell for Tsukasa in the first place. He treats her like she's special. But asking a high schooler for money isn't normal boyfriend behavior. She needs to realize that. You're gonna help, right? Part of me wants to be cynical and say she deserves him, but she's a victim, really. So yes, I'm gonna help.
Thank you very much.
It's her fault she made bad decisions, but it's not her fault she's a dumb teenager who has legitimate, genuine family issues. Thank you, it's reassuring to hear you say that. Aiko's blessed to have both money and a family, yet she's still trying to break free from them. is almost the exact opposite of me. But I guess in a sense, watching her now is almost like looking back at my past self. I was so blinded by my own convictions that I never stopped to consider other alternative viewpoints on the world. But that's not the right way to live. I want to show her that, just like you did for me. Yeah, Sephirios, in real life, that's ordinarily the most you could do. Yeah, Nyx, her social link isn't really even all that much about her. It's about her family and her snooping on Aiko. But it's really not that much about her. Yeah, Missing Digit, it's really difficult to watch when you can see it plain as day. But when you try and tell the person, suddenly you're the bad guy. Good observation, Waltz Queen.
All right.
All right. I know she wants me to stay out of her business, but I'd never forgive myself if I let this come to pass. What is the right way to live? Well, that's different for each person, really. At any rate, we're going to catch that horrible host. I'll let you know once I've thought of how to do it.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, Missing Digit, the best advice I ever got for that sort of thing was from my grandmother, my father's mother, who was a social worker for a long time. And her advice was, keep an inch of distance. It obviously had a slightly different meaning in the context of her work, but when you're trying to support someone who's in that situation, like what we're talking about here, you can't let yourself get too attached, because they will shoot themselves in the foot eventually. Welcome back, Monotone, but it sounds like you should be headed for bed right about now. Go get some rest, man. Yeah, Missing Digit, Makoto is dumb and naive too. Snooping around is not the correct way to deal with that. Ryodi, what box? Oh no, I haven't had an opportunity yet. We could do that now.
Wow!
Receive DLC. Oh. Well, none of those are useful to me, but, I guess I have them now. Thank you.
Wow!
Well, ironically, the blank cards are the most useful things in there. Oh, that's the worst, Monotone. I don't know, man. If it were me and I were that tired, I would go to sleep right about now. Oh, gotcha, Missing Digit. Yes, I agree. Yeah, Monotone, the important thing is you have an opportunity to take some form of a break.
I'll just add this.
All right. Put that there. Monotone, you should show everyone a picture of that shirt. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to, but that's a fantastic shirt. You should take a close-up picture of the pattern on it to show everyone, Monotone. Because that's a fantastic shirt. It suits you perfectly. Zephirios, what do you mean, thank God? From the sounds of things, you've got more spare time on your hands than you know what to do with. Oh, that's fair, Zephirios. Yeah, you've been doing a hard reset. That's right. So yes, I guess you are going to want to probably sleep quite a lot. Very true. Yeah, Zephirios, that's a symptom of lack of sleep for sure. Are they at least good auditory hallucinations? You get to listen to any good music, or are they just crappy ones? Like just Hanson songs. Waifung, for a lot of people, 5 to 6 hours is a significant amount of sleep. Oh! Yikes, Zephirios, you really ought to get some rest. All right. Well, let's go. Guess we should probably go work on Oya.
Is this?
And maybe we should get an affinity reading as well. I don't remember exactly when you start needing the affinity boost for Oya, but I think it's around rank 5, and we are about to get rank 5 with her, I think.
Here we go.
All right, this'll just keep us on the safe side.
What do you think?
Yeah, burning jalapeno, definitely the heat outside makes it difficult to sleep.
Oh, honey.
Hey, hey!
I have actually an air conditioner in my office for that express purpose, and people here in Germany are very afraid of using air conditioning because of the electricity costs. So I try to only use it when I'm desperate, but boy, it's a lifesaver on those miserable nights. Since it's a tiny room, and I got a much more powerful air conditioner than was necessary to keep this room cool, I can put it on the absolute lowest cool setting, and it keeps it frigid in here. Which is nice, because it's a, it's one of those really well-rated energy-saving air conditioners. So it doesn't use that much power, and it keeps things in here quite chilly. Yeah, me too, Lord Louise, me too. Come on, why can I not talk to... Oh yeah, here we go. The higher-ups are starting to get tired of one-off articles. You have anything good to share? I might.
Well then. Oh?
Oh, that's awful, Sephirios. Can you not just turn that off? So that ace detective is serious, huh? I see. Oh yeah, there's something I need to apologize to you about. You know, it's part of my job to research particular things. Well, I ended up finding out about your criminal record. Thanks, Oya. I realized you weren't just some ordinary kid back with my chief. So I did some digging out of curiosity, and I found a ton more than I was expecting, so sorry about that. Have to say, though, the ruling made in your case was really odd. Some kind of deal must have gone down behind the scenes to make sure that was the end result. That must have been tough for you to handle. You're just a kid. Well, just forget about the past. We're in the same boat when it comes to being labeled. Are you sure we're the same? I absolutely am. That's why I vowed to avenge my partner for... Oh, whoops, look at me. I've got a big secret that I won't tell. Lala-chan, refill. No, it's your turn to tell the truth. You can't go rooting around in the kid's past and expect to keep your own secrets hidden. Thank you, Lala. Wait, don't blame me for that. Why? You're the one who's at fault for it. He doesn't have anything to do with my private business. Yeah, and you don't have anything to do with mine, bitch. You can trust me. I mean, it's not like I don't trust you. And hold on a sec, why am I getting treated like the bad guy? Look, you're gonna feel way better talking to someone who understands exactly what you're going through. Besides, you'll explode if you keep all that alcohol-fueled anxiety bottled up in you. That's true, and I guess this is the fairest course of action for our business partnership. Just don't tell anyone, okay? Back when I covered politics for my publisher, I had a partner who helped with photography, Kaio Murakami. We were a pretty well-known team in the industry. We blew the lids off countless scandals together. That is, until that day came. We were on the trail of a certain bureaucrat who was involved in a slush fund to support refugees. He kept himself pretty well guarded, so it was almost impossible to get any solid leads on the guy. Then one night I got a voicemail from Kaio saying she'd gotten a hold of something big. But that was the last I ever heard from her. The next day, that bureaucrat was found dead at a love hotel, and Kaio had gone missing. Who killed him? Well, the cause of death is unknown. The authorities couldn't tell whether it was a murder or a suicide. As for the killer, the police accused Kaio. They said she killed him in a crime of passion. That's impossible, though. She never would have slept with a disgusting man like that. And more importantly, it's pretty damn fucked up to make allegations like that without any evidence. Ichiko-chan, sorry. The case was closed, but we never found the truth, and Kaio was labeled a professional disgrace. And since we were partners, the company decided it would be best to move me to another department. I'm going to prove Kaio's innocence, though. That's why I'm conducting my own private investigation now. That shit is unforgivable. You're damn right. But thanks to all the info you've been giving me, I should have more time to focus on my investigation. I won't let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Alright, we're even now. I didn't enjoy it, though. You sure about that? It's been ages since I've seen you smile so much. Well, maybe you're right. I haven't felt this alive in a long time. Alright then, I'll write a great article to commemorate our sharing session. Phantom Thieves' lofty ideals in connection with a secret society. What? Freaking Oya, man. I cannot stand this woman. Allows you to begin with a low security level while infiltrating a pit. So really, her perks are still just as worthless as they were in vanilla.
All right.
Still, there's just one thing that bothers me. There's no doubt the chief is onto my investigation. Maybe we should keep acting like a couple so we can trick him. How's that sound? Oh, leave the kid alone. Hey, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading home by now? Every once in a while, Monotone, they do. Oh god, yeah, Monotone, for once I agree with one of your puns. Oh, she does not dead? Of course it would be her last one. And of course she'd only have one. No, Upset Coffee, you started at 0 in vanilla. In Royal, you start at 45%. Which I'm pretty sure they only did so that Oya's perk would actually do something. Which is the stupidest possible way of making her perk look useful without actually being any use. She does, Nyx, which is unfortunate. Beelzebub, his fly form, is locked behind her social link. It's a racket is what it is, Upset Coffee. And a pretty transparent one, I might add. Yeah, not dead, but who isn't good at avoiding alarms in palaces? It's such a simple thing. Like, if you're streaming the game and not paying attention to where you're going or something, it's one thing. Or, you know, if you're playing the game while you're in the middle of a Discord call with a bunch of your friends, sure. Monotone, don't push your luck, man. Hey, kid, can we talk? Sorry about earlier, really, for me digging up your records and such without asking, I mean. Whatever. Thanks. Hearing you say that helps. Don't worry, I'm not going to leak it to anyone. It's my duty and pride as a journalist to protect my sources at all costs. I'm actually making great progress on my private investigation, thanks to you. And I'll be needing your help later, too, so I can find out what really happened to Kaio. So yeah, here's to helping each other out. Bye. Yeah, but Hunter, you don't really need to pay that much attention to just not run into shadows. And even if you accidentally get seen by 1 or 2, it doesn't have that big an impact on the security level. Like, in order for Oya's perks to actually be useful, you'd have to be getting spotted by shadows constantly throughout the whole game. And I don't care how much of a noob you are, you don't get to the end of a game like this still getting thrown out of palaces because you got spotted so much, you know? You mean Third Eye upset coffee? Well, yeah, not dead. Invalidating the punishment for screwing up kind of defeats the purpose. Yeah, Nix, the existence of those items is most of what invalidated Oya's perks in vanilla. Oh, did you get a perk from Oya? Well, you've already had access to an item that does that perk's job better since the beginning of the game. I get the impression they were really desperate to come up with ideas for perks that Oya could give you. And I think part of the problem was that they tried to integrate those perks into her story because she's a journalist and, oh, what would her perks give you? Right? And they came up with some really lame ideas. Yeah, Coal Zone, that's true too. Yeah, Not Dead, that's a point I brought up during the past few streams as well, is 100% better than garbage is just slightly better garbage. Alright, well, let's go see if we can finish up Yusuke's social link, because if we can, that would be perfect. We can.
By the way, I see. Very well. Beautifully executed.
All right.
By the way,
let's get it done. You must have a wealth of free time if that's your decision. You have time today? There's something I'd like to ask you. I entered my piece into Kawanabe's competition. Moreover, it was accepted. The resulting exhibition is actually going on as we
let
speak.
us be off.
Come, let us go. It's being held at the same museum as last time. Oh, look what he did with it. He added some contrast. Yusuke's painting won the competition. All right.
I still have much to learn, but I finally painted something that I can be satisfied with. Yes, this is the true heart of humanity. The title is Desire and Hope. What do you think?
Much better. It turned out well.
Well, I added aspects that were previously lacking. This light is all of you. The title lists hope, but in my mind, it's a much more concrete thing. I can't believe I didn't realize that until now. You.
It's a good painting.
Huh?
It's not trying to be eccentric for the sake of being eccentric, like the last time. To think the same painting can change this much. So this is the answer you've come up with.
If you look closely at this painting, it is quite literally just his original painting with stuff added to it. The big sunburst in the center and some additional rays of color.
It is.
Desire and hope. I see. Beauty and ugliness. Humans are creatures that possess both. It seems you understand that.
What are you playing at?
You provoked Yusuke on purpose?
I apologize, although my intent was to encourage you. It was rather crude. Still, I believe that this ploy needed to be done in order to ignite your competitive spirit.
But why would you do that? What's your objective?
He played us like a damned accordion!
I wanted to do something for you as another person who is free from Madarame's chains. That's all.
Huh?
Madarame held a grudge against me for supposedly stealing his customers from him. To start, I couldn't get anyone to rent me space for exhibits. He caused me no end of hardship.
So that's why.
Yes, the heart of man is painted with desire, even if it's coated entirely in black at times. However, it seems you have the strength to not look away from it, and chose to stand up against it. If only he had your strength.
You mean Madarame?
Madarame and I go back a long way. First as classmates, then as teachers at the same art school. He used to have a noble spirit. Said he wanted to aim for the top of the art world one day.
Huh?
But in the end, even the art world has its share of politics. Those who are cunning win. Our hearts were stained black in that manner. But the human heart is a strange thing. It can't completely separate black from white. I was shocked when I heard that he took you in. He never liked children, you see.
Oh?
This happened just before we cut all ties from each other. But I got a call from him. He was panicking that nearby clinics were closed and that his kid had a fever.
Sensei.
Well, I guess that was another aspect of him.
Yeah.
I don't want any more losers like me, or misguided winners like him being born from this world. That's why I started this foundation. So how about it? Would you like our support? Without the overbearing marketing production, of course.
It's a truly kind offer. Thank you for your generosity. However, I must respectfully decline.
Huh? What makes you say that?
I am not Madarame. I won't be stained by desire. After all, I can see hope. If I am lost, they will extend their hands. If I am wrong, they will chastise me. As long as I have my rays of hope to guide me, I will be fine.
Ha! Madarame really did have a good eye.
Mina-san, Ishoni, everyone together. I'll be fine as long as I have the group.
What a strange man.
Yeah, and oddly, what a good voice actor he had, even though he was a throwaway, one-off character. Are you sure about this, Yusuke?
It is a tad wasteful of me to decline. Still, I believe it's for the best. I feel contradictory, but that's the human heart, correct? Interesting. That's exactly what I should be painting. It must have been troublesome dealing with me, but for some reason, I knew that you wouldn't abandon me until everything was said and done. Thank you, my friend.
I am thou. Thou art I.
Yeah!
All right. All right.
Now we confuse Odin.
persona within me has awakened to a new power.
Yusuke's persona change is one of the best ones in the game. Goemon's design here is interesting, but this is a net upgrade. I believe this is supposed to be Susanoo O.
All right.
Yep. Right, exactly, Mel.
Now that I'm out of my slump, I need to make up for the time I wasn't able to paint. I reiterate my promise to you. I'll...
Whoops. Forgot I had it.
Now then, shall we go? In order for me to learn more about the heart, we need to work hard on our thief business.
Evade fire.
Rain, huh?
Not dead, I don't have access to them yet. I haven't been offered them yet.
Where have you been? Been searching
Don't worry, Faustism, I won't forget.
confessing while I know without the clue, without a
But actually,
without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been?
I want to...
I'm a sharpshooter,
I want to get everybody to max baton pass rank.
hiding both
Let's do it.
and mud,
So to that end,
afraid for you to throw. I'm a sharpshooter. What else should I be?
Let's do it.
Please don't take off my mask. Reveal the
Welcome. What do you play?
let's play darts. Now that I
What
have
do you
stuff to
wanna
make
do?
it easier. Let's call someone. We will call Makoto.
Hey, hey.
Thank you.
When you use your own dart set, the targeting area will deviate less when you're prepared to throw. Yeah, of course I will.
Hey.
Let's begin our team game.
Hey.
Here we go. First, I'd like to test this technique I've thought up. 301. Best to start with the basics. Okay.
Let's do this. All right then.
Ugh. Oh dear. D from the sports shop in the underground shopping mall. Ugh. That's horrible. I think in order to get the maximum bonus here, I am going to need to... I'm going to need to reset this. This is a pain, though. Hey, Dragon. Yeah, honestly, Dragon, I'm doing all right. I can't complain all that much. I've been very fortunate that this hasn't affected me due to my ability to work from home. Thank you for your concern, though, Dragon. How about you? Are you hanging in? Are you managing? You getting by? Of course he does, D.
Welcome.
I did, Nix, yes.
What do you play?
What do you want to do?
Oh, that crap is happening in your city, Dragon? I'm sorry to hear that.
Hey,
Thank you.
yes.
Well, I'm glad you're staying safe, Dragon. Yeah, lucky thing it's only a small group.
Hey. All right then.
Okay. Ugh. I think I might need a few practice rounds.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a crappy showing.
I'll give it a try.
Not surprised to hear that, Dragon. Oh! You're right, Fostism, I forgot about that. No, I do, Decoy. What the hell? I know I read that. Ah, okay. Oh, I see how it works. Oh, that makes it significantly easier. Okay. Thank you for reminding me about Third Eye. I knew I'd read the magazine, but I totally forgot what it did. Alright, I'm 100% confident we can get this now. They never are, Dragon. Those people never are. Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it, Dragon? Fostism, I'm not entirely convinced that the proficiency bonus is the full bonus unless you get a perfect score. I've done a little bit of research on this. Like, this is one of the areas where I did decide that I would consult some online resources, Fostism. And as far as anyone seems to know, the proficiency bonus, getting the full bonus, does depend upon getting a perfect score.
What do you
But it
wanna
should
do?
be a non-issue now that I know what to do.
Hey, hey.
Thank you.
No, D, I'm rank 3 technical. I have one more rank to go.
Yes.
Yeah, Fostism, if you've got max proficiency, then it doesn't matter. But I'm one rank away from max. And since I am trying to min-max this, I don't want to waste any opportunities.
All right then.
Alright, however... There we go.
Yes. That went really well.
Sure did. Yeah, Decoy, but that's fine. I know how to get my partner to finish the round. There we go. That's what I'm aiming for. And I did test this out before, the first time this happened, and it turns out that this does, to some degree, affect the proficiency bonus.
I'll give it a try.
I'm glad to hear that, Dragon. I'm glad you've got contingencies sorted out. I hope you won't have to use them. I hope those nut jobs stay far away from you guys and from anyone else civilized and sane, but I'm glad to hear that you've got preparations made, if need be. Oh, I see, Not Dead. I had no idea about that. I'd have appreciated it if you hadn't mentioned that, Not Dead. I am trying to avoid spoilers. Alright.
Leave it to you.
Baton pass back in. Now I think I want to go for the bullseyes. This should be a little easier. No? Freaking whoops.
Well,
I totally wasn't paying
I
attention.
see. I'll give it a try. Don't tell me.
We could finish it here. After a number of the simulations. Take a deep breath.
I see.
Oh, alright. Nice pair play.
Incredible.
Alright, I see. Hooray. So this, I think, should max... Yeah.
Great.
Very well.
Okay, have a good shower, Dragon. Hang in there, man. Yeah, I realized that only too late, Decoy. Damn it, Yusuke's already ranked 3. I really would like to... I really wish I could just switch. I wonder if I can, if I select Morgana instead. Score plays Faustism? How and where? Yeah, I know you didn't mean anything by it, Not Dead.
Let us
So
go.
don't sweat it. It just, you know, now you know.
Yes.
When you're aiming. Hey, Haretsu! Haru log. Square button, okay. Score is yeah, Faustism, I don't know what you mean by related to proficiency. The only thing I can think is, that the more triples you get, like, the more you land the darts on the smaller spaces, 3 in a row, the more proficiency you get.
For real? Oh. Yes.
Challenge guide.
It's my turn.
Okay, Yami. Alright, hang on then, because who do we get if we select Morgana? If we select Morgana, I wonder if we will have, if we'll be paired up with Yusuke on round 2. Oh, does he do that, Haretsu? He always goes for the bullseyes? Yeah, I know that, Faustism. Oh, I see, Faustism. So you're saying that that corresponds to the... I see. It kind of is, Burning Jalapeno. Challenge guide is L1, okay.
What do you want to do?
Alright, let's try it the other way around this time. We'll try Morgana.
Hey!
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh! Well, now you tell me, Haretsu.
Hey!
But I mean, I guess it wasn't really... Back to Yusuke, then. I don't know, Log. Not yet, they haven't. Not that I've run into. They never actually show him throwing the darts, Hunter CD. The darts just magically fly through the air somehow. It's random, not dead? Okay, well...
Welcome.
Yes, Log, we have. We actually have started the social link with her. Although her social link only has 5 ranks rather than the usual 10.
What do you want to do?
So I don't know what's going on with that.
Hey, hey!
Thank you.
Alright, well...
Yes.
Let's try this again.
Hey! Hey! Let's do this.
Oh, okay, so this time I guess it's going to be Makoto and Ryuji. Actually, that's probably for the best, because Ryuji's a rank short. Mantis Man, partly I reset because someone told me I should have gone with someone else. But yes, partly it's because there are stat boosts to be had out of this, and I do not want to miss out. Oh, on the to the right on the screen, I see.
Yes! This is...
Alright, yeah, this is much more doable with Third Eye and the darts set. Okay, I'll check it, Faustism, thank you.
All right. I'll give it a try.
Alright.
Calm down. I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, Haretsu, it does. Or at the very least, it means that you got one of the special things to get. So what I want to do here is just get less than 43. Meaning...
I see.
It'll be safest if I stay in the 1 column. So that way Makoto can finish during round 4.
I see. I'll give it a try. Don't tell me.
So you need to take a deep breath.
I see.
Glad to hear it, D. Oh good, double 19.
Incredible.
All right.
Yes, I feel great. What do you think?
Man, I should have just gone with Yusuke. All right, fine.
What do you think?
Let's just do 301.
You can do this.
All right, so now that it's the first round of the next game, now I want to go for the bullseyes. Yeah, they did, D, but there's a good reason why they did, which was because in the original game, Baton Pass was worthless. It took a lot of time and effort to set it up, and then even when you set it up, it didn't do enough extra damage or give you enough extra benefits to make it worth using, when it was easier and faster and more efficient to just have the protagonist set up with a persona that had the ability to deal guaranteed crits or exploit every weakness, and then just knock every enemy down and do all-out attacks. There was never a good reason to use Baton Pass in vanilla, and apparently they really wanted you to use it, so I guess they rebalanced it with a mind to erring on the side of making it too good. Because now it almost is.
For real? For real?
For real? 3 in the black. Oh yeah. Whatever the hell that means.
I'm getting nervous. I'll give it a go.
Better bonuses, Mantis Man, as far as I know, yes. Yeah, Haretsu, they changed Baton Pass in a lot of ways to make it more viable.
Yes! Counting on you.
Alright, Fostism, I'll check. Challenge. No, these are challenge points, Fostism, not, Oh, okay, but actually... Yeah, that's why. Fostism, because remember I said this was the only thing that I was willing to use a guide to refer to, because this darts crap confuses me so much? The guide that I referenced said that you should go for the ton 80 during your first game and the 3 in the black during your second game. And now that I look at this, I understand why. Because that gives you the 2 biggest challenge point bonuses. Yeah, I get what you mean now, Fostism. I understand where you're coming from. And it's quite likely that you're correct. Well, yes, Zorodude, but my proficiency bonus, though. Honestly, Haretsu, Yusuke needed a buff. His damage output for most of the game was quite subpar. Morgana, on the other hand, I agree with you, because I think they meant for Morgana to be mostly a healer, because he gets all the healing abilities, but he gets very little of anything else. His problem is he's not very durable, he has very low health, and also pretty low defense. And as a magic user, as an offensive caster, he doesn't get anywhere near the tools that Anne or Haru get. I don't know, Mantis Man. I have no familiarity whatsoever with the rules of darts. Alright,
Yep. Okay.
Alright, Anne, don't screw it up.
I'll give it a go.
I do love how they do the baton pass animation when they're switching
For
in.
real?
We can finish it right here. I think I'm nervous. Just play like normal.
Thanks!
Oh, right, yeah, that's all you can really do. The guide also mentioned that giving the correct dialogue option for each character maximizes their chances of finishing it on round 4.
That was so much fun! This is good.
Alright, and it looks like we might actually have... Yup! Perfect! Well, now I don't need to worry about the proficiency bonus here anymore.
All right.
Excellent.
That was fun, huh? That should do it for now. Bye!
I don't remember ever seeing her wear it, Haretsu.
Let's do it.
Tell you what, I'd bloody well better save the game after that. I don't want to have to do that all over again. Yeah, D, but I might not... I don't think I'm going to be able to afford to wait long enough to meet Shinya to max out my kindness. Because I think you need at least rank 4 kindness to even talk to him in the first place. Alright, actually, I meant to check. We got a bunch of... well, a couple of new accessories. Life gain. Whoops, damn it. Life surge. Bah! Compared to what I've already got, they're garbage. Yeah, not dead. I only wish they would bring the Yakuza costumes from the dancing game into P5R. I can't even begin to imagine why they haven't done that yet. Alright, let's see. So... actually, we should check on our good buddy in Kichijoji and see if he wants anything. Oh, he's not here. I guess we'll have to check later. Alright, let's take a look around. Let's see what we could do. No new Velvet Room events. What's playing at the theater?
Oh.
Oh, Les Miserables.
Well.
No, I don't think we need kindness right away. Now's probably not the best time. Let me see. What about books?
Please, take your time.
Fish pond spotter and aquarium a day. I don't know if I even need to bother with these. I think all these do is unlock the locations if you haven't already found them. I think those are the fail-safes for ensuring that if you miss the social link event that teaches you about new locations, you still have a way to learn about them. Alright, what do we got? The Housewives. This is just Desperate Housewives, okay. Mouse MD. A Maverick Rodent's Medical Heroics, okay. Guts. Proficiency. Well, we've already maxed out... hang on a minute. We've maxed out... Charm and Proficiency. We're probably pretty close to maxing out Guts. We should probably start on that, I think.
Welcome.
So we'll rent 31. And actually... actually, we should take the Big Bang Challenge again. Because that's probably the biggest Guts boost we're going to be able to get. If we're going to do that, we should go get the... oh, that's incredible, Not Dead. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, the Yakuza outfits are from the actual Yakuza games.
Is this?
They're pretty fantastic. Yeah, Haretsu, not only is Makoto tanky, she comes with auto Rakukaja. And I think she eventually learns Marakukaja. So she's very oriented toward defense. Although, Haretsu, you can pretty much give any character the Crystal of Gluttony and turn them into somebody who can make the whole party into tanks. Alright, let's get a fortune reading.
What shall we do?
And we'll get the luck reading for Guts.
Now.
Oh, Not Dead! maxing out the social link with Takemi makes Haru's Tetrakarn and Makarakarn obsolete, because you can just use them, you can cast them by using items without having to spend any SP. And everyone can use the items that cast them. For Haru, she's better off as a dedicated Psychokinesis and gun build than for Tetrakarn and Makarakarn. And I believe she also learns Heat Riser, and I think possibly also Debilitate. So Haru is always useful. Haru is almost too good, in fact. It's just a crime you get her so late in the game.
What do you think?
Okay, Kohei, gotcha. Alright, we got the luck reading. Let's go take the Big Bang Challenge. Actually, let's go check and see if Yusuke is there first. He is not. Very well. Not only that, Haretsu, but Morgana is just a really annoying party member.
Just add this.
I find his constant nagging just really irritating. Alright, let's take the challenge.
Yeah.
Oh, you're already a captain! Guess you're just a huge pig! Yeah, Haretsu, that's the problem I had with Haru on every other playthrough I've done is Haru gets so many good moves, there literally aren't enough skill slots for her to use all of her good moves in one build. I almost feel like they were overcompensating for Morgana being garbage.
Thank you very much.
But if that's the case, they should have just made Morgana not garbage. Your opponent is once again ready and waiting for you. Grandeur overwhelms me no matter how many times I see it.
Then.
Get in my belly! The way you eat is so impressive. Would have expected nothing less of a pig, I mean, captain. There are no further ranks left, but have some burgers, you fat fuck.
Please come again.
I look forward to your valiant return.
I knew you could do it.
Man, you really know how to eat, though. It's like you don't know the meaning of the word fear. It wasn't enough to max us out, and we didn't get the stat boost from the other stats, but it was a substantial amount of guts.
Well then.
Enough failure for at least 3 or 4 hearts, D. You made a promise with Futaba, right? I'm sure she'll pull through. How's Futaba? I haven't heard anything. Dude, this ain't just some normal oversleeping stuff. Our deadline's tomorrow. If Futaba's not up by then, can she really do anything even if she does wake up? Oh, for fuck's sake. I am so sick of... This is now the 10th time that we've had the same, absolutely, literally, word for word, the same conversation. Waltz Queen, we're probably going to have a long series of events that will prevent us from being able to chill with anyone while the next palace and villain are set up.
What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dawn.
Although, actually, we might be able to go hang out with him tonight. Oh, and actually, before I forget, we can get rid of Thoth. Free up that extra slot, and now I guess... Yeah, I guess let's go hang out with Crime Bro. That seems like a good use of tonight.
Yeah.
I'll tell you about the shop. It's a piece of cake for a gun enthusiast like you, right? Yeah, let's do it. You're considered an employee, you won't seem suspicious coming in and out of the shop, right? If you get what I'm saying, bring the goods to the back.
Hey.
Hurry up and learn this stuff, kid. You gotta be able to start looking like a normal employee. I'm supposed to be running an honorable business here, you know? Though honestly, the customers have been running a little thin lately. Some guy on the internet's been claiming all my goods are knockoffs. And once you got a bad rap like that, it's real tough to shake it. I know how that feels. Kid like you? Going through something similar? I guess you wouldn't be doing any of this if you weren't, huh? Don't give me any details, though. I don't want to know.
That's right.
Anyways, I should probably fill you in on what's going on here, since you'll be helping me out. I'd bet anything the guy behind that rumor is Tsuda. You remember his name from the diner, yeah? Truth is, he's the second in command of the Hashiba clan. The same clan I was in, back when I was part of the Yakuza. I always knew you were a cool guy! Ha! You got some nerve! Anyways, Tsuda was my sworn brother back in the clan. I got some unsavory business going down with him now, though. Great, I like unsavory business. Problem is, I'm a known quantity in the underworld. One bad step and I'd have guys crawling all over me. That's why I've got you around. You look normal, sure, but you got balls, kid. Makes you perfect for snooping on Tsuda. Hope I ain't scaring you off with all this talk. Hey, we made a deal, didn't we, dude? Ha! Idiot. You know, got a bit of a soft spot for idiots like you. Anyways, you get the gist of what's going on now, yeah? You'll be working with that in mind. I expect a lot from you, kid.
Grateful.
Oh, and I'll add to the special menu to thank you for getting that info for me the other day. Now you're talking, Crime Bro! Allows you to customize camouflage on your gun, which can inflict ailments.
All right.
This is new, and I heartily approve of it. Although, camo is what we call paint-on performance. Engravings provide no tactical advantage whatsoever. Hello?
What's the meaning
Oh, I thought
of
I told you
this?
to stop coming around here. But... is that one of your customers? Keep your mouth shut. This ain't none of your business. Just go home and study, Kaoru. You've got entrance exams coming up, remember? Okay. I guess I'll be going then.
Yeah.
That's Kaoru, my son. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was none of my business. He's always asking me if he can help out here, always worrying about what I'm getting up to. I probably shouldn't be telling a kid like you about this. Well, you can head home for today. Nice work, kid. I feel like doing crimes with EY has helped out my proficiency. Oh, wait! I'm already the most proficient criminal that I can possibly be. Tomorrow's the day, isn't it? Are the Phantom Thieves even doing anything? Hey, what are we gonna do? Could never have trusted the Phantom Thieves. What's gonna happen tomorrow? Today's supposed to be the day Medjed's attacking, right? I guess there's nothing the Phantom Thieves could do. Medjed must have been too much for him. Stock prices are plummeting again. Maybe Medjed's true goal was... Yeah, Kohei, I like her quite a lot.
Isn't today our deadline for dealing with Medjed? Futaba's still asleep too. This won't be good.
Hey,
What's up?
there's something I came to do. Today's the day Wakaba passed. I do this every year. Here, I've got a cup for you too.
Oh.
Futaba reminds me so much of her mother. She's a smart girl. Doesn't just go with the flow either. Wakaba, your work and your kid were so fulfilling for you. Why'd you have to die so suddenly? That reminds me. You saw me talking to that prosecutor. I mean, that woman in the suit, right?
Huh.
I remember you were real bothered by it. She might come back, so I guess I should tell you about it. That woman was trying to get information on Wakaba's research out of me.
That's what we heard in the palace.
You don't need to know what the research was about. Just know there was some trouble around it. Obviously, Wakaba got dragged into that as well. Now, they ruled her death as suicide. But I've got my doubts.
Doubts? Could she have been killed?
Supposedly, there were people who wanted to take her research and use it for their own benefit. Don't get me wrong, though. I don't have a lick of evidence. That's why I haven't told Futaba any of this. I don't want to cause her any more trouble.
It sounded like she had suspicions of her own based on what she said in the palace.
Still, there's one thing I regret. It was right before Wakaba died. She told me, I think I might die. I brushed it off, thinking it was just a joke. But if I had just taken her seriously... That's another reason I took Futaba in. Redemption. She went through such horrible things. Those heartless adults just yelled at the poor girl. Hey, how do you heal emotional scars?
Oh, dear. Well, none of these three options are precisely true. The correct answer is they can heal to a varying extent depending upon the scar and upon what support is needed by the individual.
I agree. I'm waiting for it to happen, but... Futaba?
It's cold.
Huh?
You can't sell this.
Never mind that, but... how did you get here?
I walked?
You're okay?
Was that bad?
That's not it. I'm just shocked to see you out of the house.
I'm sorry I worried you.
It's all right.
By the way, what's the date today?
Soji Bro getting emotional about Futaba being out of the house all of a sudden is one of the best things ever in the main story of this game. They do a really good job of setting up the relationship between the protagonist, Sojiro, and Futaba as kind of a family. None of them related to the others, all just sort of a foster family thrown together by circumstance. But it actually kind of starts to feel like a cohesive, functional family by the end of the game. And even a fair ways before the end of the game. Whereas nothing like that happens in P3, and it takes almost the entire game for it to happen in P4. Because Dojima's so damn thick-headed.
It's the 21st.
Hey, Sugar Crow, welcome! Great to see you. Thank you for stopping in. How are you doing?
I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Medjed?
Oh, that's it. Let's take care of it now. Come.
He is, Decoy. Apparently some ATMs aren't working. I heard someone's tampering with the system. Is it Medjed? No, it couldn't be. What are the police doing? They're so incompetent. Even the Phantom Thieves couldn't stop them. Hey, Miku! I am Sugar Crow, thank you.
It's my turn to help out. Medjed. Now how do we cook them?
Eliminate them!
Violent much?
It's one of my better qualities.
Hey, Futaba. We don't have much time left. Are you sure you could do this?
The kitty talked? Is this a dream? I'm going back to sleep.
It is not a dream! Get up! Say something!
I'll explain later.
Right.
Now hurry it up!
I guess it doesn't matter. Let's get cracking.
Nice pun.
You're just tapping away over there. Are you sure this will work? Hey, Futaba!
Don't disturb her, idiot!
I don't think she can hear me. Talk about intense concentration.
Morgana, the processes that are occurring in Futaba's brain right now are beyond your puny ability to grasp. So don't interrupt her.
This is so messy. I'm surprised she could focus at all. Futaba, you should really clean your room a bit. Huh. She's not listening.
Charred, Haretsu.
Oh well. Just waiting around is boring. Let's clean the place up.
That does not sound like the urgent Morgana that was freaking out about Medjed a moment ago.
Whew. It looks a little better now, don't you think?
I am kind of scared that we were able to clean the room that much in what appears to be only a matter of, like, a couple of hours.
Well, Futaba, we're done on our end. Are you finished yet?
Morgana, quit nagging the girl. For goodness sake, Cat.
She can't hear a word I'm saying. Guess we'll just have to keep waiting.
I'm done!
What's up? Something happened?
It's finished.
Finished? What is?
Morgana, you are the stupidest, useless furball. You have the memory and the attention span of a flea.
It's so clean. Why?
We cleaned it. Anyway, is it true? Did you really take care of Medjed?
I handled them, and someone else handled my room. I don't understand, but this is good.
Futaba? Hey, Futaba, what's wrong?
Just pulls out a cat pillow and sleeps right on the keyboard. That's the best. They characterize so many of the characters in this game so inconsistently. Some of them get such terrible characterization like Ryuji, and others get such incredibly good characterization like Futaba.
Well, it looks like it's been taken care of. I guess we should get home and sleep too.
I heard the bank servers got taken over. This has to be fake, right? There's no way. I'm scared. What's going to happen? Are the police taking action? They're ignoring it? Seriously? Still, I'm sure the Phantom Thieves will do something. So, Futaba's awake. Awesome. Has Medjed been taken care of? Or more importantly, how's Futaba doing? She's back asleep. Seriously, she must have been quite exhausted. I can't say I blame her at all. Medjed's been affected. It will surely make the news. That should be enough to confirm whether or not the deed's been done. Then why don't we all watch the news together? Yes, we should meet up at LeBlanc as usual. See you tomorrow, guys.
We should be in the clear now, right?
We better. Good luck with that, Not Dead. I hope you're able to find one. Yeah, Haretsu, the game was definitely rushed, the original. The last half to third of the original game really showed how rushed it was. Oh, we're not allowed to leave LeBlanc tonight, because I can't open the main map of the city. Damn it. In that case, let's check to see if there's no crossword and there's no quiz show. So actually, let's finish that book.
Hey!
Let's finish... Yeah, let's finish Billiards Magician.
Make sure you close up.
Because we're going to need that to get rank 4 technical. Think of yourself as an entertainer. Check this picture out. This is basically a show considering how crazy this looks.
Oh!
Finished reading it. I didn't know billiards could be so exciting. The book even had a detailed explanation and pictures on how to do the Marseille shot that we were trying to figure out. We'll have to see if you can actually pull it off. Let's go play sometime.
All right.
You can now attempt a Marseille shot when playing billiards. And I bet because my proficiency is maxed, I'll have a 100% chance of doing one. Shut up, Morgana. I don't know you! What's this? Are you serious? No way, I can't believe it. This isn't a joke, is it? They lost? How could this happen? Hey, your friends are here. Hurry down.
What's up?
So you're finally up, huh? Don't slack off just because you're on summer vacation.
Yo, you look tired.
We've made ourselves at
So
home.
I see.
Late last night, it was discovered that someone has tampered with the hacker group Medjid's website. The site's main page now displays what is thought to be the mark belonging to the Phantom Thieves. More so, the personal information of a Japanese man, a possible Medjid member, was illegally publicized.
Aren't these the guys people have been up in arms?
GG, Futaba, you totally doxed his ass.
Medjid has yet to issue an official reply. Furthermore, their previously announced cleanse of Japan has remained unimplemented for now. Some speculate that they have taken this series of events seriously and ultimately canceled their plan.
Yeah.
Yes!
What are you all smirking about?
Something great happened.
Well, stop it. You're gonna drive away all my customers.
After the commercial break, we will be asking guests from various fields about this turn of events.
But there ain't any customers.
Can it? My customers are on summer vacation too.
Oh crap, I just realized our break's almost over.
What a great comeback.
There are still 10 days left.
I want to go somewhere, but we can't just leave Futaba-chan alone.
Some things still concern me too. Like that research.
Oh, did you just get up?
Good morning.
It seems she's cautious of us.
Hey, why don't we go upstairs? If any customers come, she'll be even more afraid.
Why don't you go with them, Futaba? Have fun. It's about time my regulars show up anyway. So I don't want you guys loitering around my store.
The fact that there were no damages due to the hacker's actions is but an afterthought. The issue I want to make clear is the attitude of the police, and more importantly, the government.
What do you mean?
Are they doing their best to find an effective countermeasure against these phantom thieves? Is it not the government's duty to create a society where its citizens can live without worry? Unfortunately, the current cabinet is powerless. As such, they should be disbanded. I believe now is the time for me to risk my political career in hope of making a new reality. A new political system that goes beyond parties or factions. An ideal country of peace and order.
This politician seems quite promising.
I have to agree. I hope he can work to ease the anxieties of the elderly.
What do you think, boss?
Oh, sorry. I wasn't listening.
Chopin, yeah, it's pretty easy. You just treat it like you're making sushi. The only difference is you're making it into a different shape.
So the Phantom Thieves only stole the heart of Futaba Sakura, and Mejid was in turn defeated by her real-world hacking abilities? This does correlate to the facts as we know them. If he's telling the truth, then Wakaba Ishiki didn't commit suicide. Did a third party target her life with the goal of destroying her research? Wakaba's death was 2 years ago. That also coincides with when the incident started occurring. Does this other metaverse user that Madarame and Kaneshiro mentioned really exist? Earlier, I briefly mentioned about those psychotic breakdown incidents that have alarmed the public. All of a sudden, people will lose consciousness or become violent. A situation as incomprehensible as that can't be explained away as troubled social conditions. I suspect that these cases are all connected to a larger, man-made plot. The method involved always muddled the explication, but your story has virtually confirmed its viability. Although I wouldn't have expected a new criminal to come to light from your testimony. What did your group think of this other metaverse user?
Oh, I see, Chopin. Chopin, it's not so much a ratio as it is you have to remember what a rice ball is. The way you want a rice ball to look... Let me show you, actually. I might be able to... I might be able to give you an idea visually of... Okay, so... Chopin, when you bite into your rice ball, this is how it should look. So when you're filling the mold for the rice ball, or if you're making it by hand, you want to make sure that the exterior, the rice part of the rice ball, is about that thick, and you have about that amount of filling. So visually, that's about the ratio you want of filling to rice. The thing is, Chopin, the kind of rice you use does matter. You need to actually use the correct type of glutinous rice that will stick together sufficiently that your onigiri does not fall apart. And that's another thing that the nori sheet helps to do, is to help hold it together a little bit. And let me give you one more example, Chopin. There you go. Yeah, Chopin, my guess is that it is not the fact that you used a mold. It's probably the type of rice you were using and how you cooked it. Let me... Let me give you a little bit of additional information. So, what you want to use, first of all, and here, I'm going to give you a couple of recipes for onigiri, Chopin, so that you have something to refer to. There you go. So, Chopin, it is crucially important that when you're making onigiri, you use steamed japonica rice. No other type of rice is going to stick together well enough to make a good rice ball, and it's not going to taste quite right either. If you absolutely cannot find japonica, you're going to want to substitute it with a sticky, short or medium grain rice. Because those are the only ones that will suffice in a pinch if you can't get japonica. But let me give you a link. Let me see if I can find... Alright. Let's see if I can find you a good... a good product link here. Actually, it'd probably be easier to just link you to the correct, There you go. This is the type of rice you're gonna want, though, Chopin. Hey, Shinny welcome! I'm doing alright, thanks. How about you? So that should be enough information to get you started, Chopin. But remember, japonica rice. Koshihikari is one of the more common types of japonica. But as long as it's a sticky, short, or medium grain japonica, that's what you want to use. My guess is, Chopin, you probably were using some other kind of rice. I'm guessing you were using either a more common, like, long grain, or jasmine rice, or something that isn't japonica and doesn't have as high a gluten content. Glad to hear it, Shinnywing. Ah, very good, Empress. I'm glad you're still getting commissions. The true criminal.
How self-centered of you. The Phantom Thieves tamper with people's hearts without asking consent. How is that different? Well, no matter how you thought of them, there can be no doubting your resolve. Are those incidents because of you or someone else? Either way, I will get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, I figured you were using long grain, Chopin. The difference, there are a couple of differences. The first difference is very much what it sounds like. The actual length of the grain of rice with long grain is longer. What that means for the purpose of making rice balls is longer grains do not stick together as well. Long grain rice is for curry, mostly, Chopin. Long grain rice is what you would put sauce on, or curry, or if you were going to have chicken and rice or something like that, you would eat that with long grain rice. Long grain rice is something that you put in a nice pile on your plate and you spoon stuff over it. Short and medium grain rice, because they're smaller, shorter grains, they stick together better because they don't leave as much space in between the grains. So they have more adhesion to each other, each individual grain. And that makes them better suited for making rice balls because they help the rice ball not fall apart. And it looks like Warrior beat me to another point, which is that, yeah, some rice is parboiled, or some of it is pre-polished. The grains actually do get polished in some cases before they get to the consumer, in order to prevent you from having to wash the rice as much before you cook it. And in those cases, the grain can be affected in such a way that negatively impacts its adhesion, or that cuts down on the starch. And starch is part of what helps the grains of rice stick together. So hopefully knowing that, Chopin, will help you to avoid the problem you had last time. No problem, Chopin. Please keep me posted on your progress.
All right.
Now, let's move on to your next crime. Kunikazu Okumura. You should know who he is, considering what happened. Your testimony regarding this incident will be serious. I'm sure you understand why. Answer my next question carefully. What did you do to this Okumura?
To think, the cognitive version of a person would transform into such a horrible monster and attack us. That means our enemies aren't limited to shadows.
I thought the other people were just victims, like the slaves at the castle or the walking ATMs.
Even though they seem to be alive, they're only part of the backdrop. The environment. In other words, the palace ruler determines the form and strength of their cognitions. I would have loved to ask Futaba's mother how far along she was with her research.
Research, huh? She was looking into that cognitive science stuff, yeah?
If we put together all the information we've gathered up to this point, abuse of cognitive science can lead to death, and it may even relate to the psychotic breakdown incidents. Considering the cognitive aspect, I sense a strong connection between it and the metaverse.
Yeah, Kohei.
On top of that, the research might have been stolen and used by someone else.
You mean those guys that showed Futaba-chan the fake suicide note?
If that is the case, those people are unforgivable.
Hey, Futaba, is there anything else you can remember? She is quite difficult.
That smell.
Come on, no fair.
Hey, can I snag a bite? Meanie.
Freaking Ryuji. Decoy, I think you need 20 aluminum sheets and 10 liquid mercury. I have the aluminum sheets already because I got them in Futaba's palace, but as I know you're already aware, Decoy, the liquid mercury can no longer be obtained from Anubis in Futaba's palace. And I'm not even sure in hindsight that that was intentional on Atlas's part. I think it was an inadvertent result of the way that they changed how shadows with the fiery auras work, and how those shadows drops work. But yeah, Decoy, I made absolutely sure to farm the aluminum sheets at the first opportunity so that I just don't have to worry about it. And as long as I can get the liquid mercury from Dick Arabia, I know he shows up in Okumura's palace. So we should be all set. Honestly, Hiretsu, I think Futaba constantly calling Yusuke Inari might be a callback to that. Burning Jalapeno, you learn it from Morgana as I think his rank 7 or 8 perk. It's whichever rank when he gives you the ability to craft all of the infiltration tools. I want to say it's rank 7. But because Morgana's social link is story-gated and it only levels up at specific times, you can only ever get the Eternal Lockpick at a fixed point in the story on your first playthrough. Although in Royal, unlike in Vanilla, people have been saying that it does carry over to New Game Plus. Ah, screw that, Decoy. I would much rather get them in Futaba's palace from Anzu. It's easier to do there, especially with Ryuji's insta-kill actually being useful now. Yeah, even less useful than he already is, Kohei, considering all of his other shortcomings compared to the other party members. Yeah, Shinny-Wing, but it can't be obtained as early as you used to be able to in Vanilla, is the point. You still have to unlock the level of mementos, or the block of mementos, as it were, that corresponds to Okumura's palace. Decoy, it depends on the reward and how much time was required to save scum it. It won't always be worth it. Kohei, he has a few. Most notably, his moveset is significantly worse than most of the other party members. He does not gain an auto stat buff, where most of the other party members do. Unlike most of the other party members, his social link ranks up automatically, and it ranks up very slowly over the course of the whole game. So, whereas you can bring the other party members up to their full potential very early on, if you focus on their social links, you can't do that with Morgana because his social link is story-gated. So he doesn't even gain access to most of his useful perks from his social link until near the end of the game, when his automatic rank-ups have all happened. In addition to that, his stats are quite a bit lower than the other party members' stats. His persona stat growth does not specialize in any particular area other than speed. And speed on its own is not a particularly useful stat. His moveset is subpar compared to the other party members. He's not as good a nuker as Anne. He's not as good a healer as Makoto. He's not as good a physical damage dealer as Ryuji or Yusuke or the protagonist. And he doesn't really get too much in the way of debuffs. He gets Pullenpa, which is really a very useless debuff for anything other than farming money. And his equipment sucks. He has unique equipment because he's a cat, but almost all of his equipment is inferior to everybody else's equipment that's either unisex or gender-gated. His weapons are also very subpar, both his ranged and melee weapons. And he has quite a bit less health than the other party members, which means he dies more quickly, and then you have to waste resources and time getting him back up. So there are a lot of reasons to bench him forever and never use him again as soon as you have any 4 other party members. Yeah, Murasame, and that's the other thing. Morgana has nothing to redeem him. Like, if he even had Heat Riser or Debilitate, there would be some argument to be made for using him. But he doesn't even have any of that. I think the most he ever learns is Salvation. And he doesn't get that till very, very late in the game. If at all, I might be mixing him up with, Makoto, but I'm pretty sure he learns Salvation eventually. Yeah, Venom, but Morgana will never be able to make full use of Miracle Punch. Miracle Punch is only really useful on the protagonist because you really have to build for it. On the protagonist, if you fuse your persona correctly, you can set up a Miracle Punch build that has 100% crit rate and will always inflict a crit, will always knock the enemy down, and will almost never miss. But you need really dedicated abilities and a good persona for that. And Morgana is just not a good use of that skill. Morgana has absolutely nothing that synergizes with Miracle Punch. He doesn't learn Apt Pupil. He doesn't learn any of the physical attack boosts. He doesn't get Sukukaja to increase his accuracy. Miracle Punch is wasted on Morgana, basically. Yeah, Haretsu, the main character is better for Salvation, too, because the main character can use Salvation on a persona that has Divine, not Divine Grace, Spellmaster. And now, in Royal, since personas have traits, you can stack Spellmaster with Savior Bloodline, so you only end up using a quarter of the amount of SP to cast Salvation on the protagonist. So, no, Mihawk, Morgana has no buffs. And he only has one relatively useless debuff, which is Pulinpa, a confusion spell, single target. And Morgana doesn't even get anything that increases status ailment success rate, so he's useless even for that. Yeah, Decoy, people have told me that they somehow managed to make his boss fight even worse. I've heard. Yeah, Kohei, Masukunda, the most useless debuff. Not compared to the other party members, Empress Moth. Every other member of the party does something better than Morgana does. And between all of them, Morgana doesn't do anything as well as the other party members. Empress, it's short for Health Potion. POT is just an abbreviation for potion. Jesus, Decoy. Yeah, Overlord Ray Ray, that's Morgana's only real use, is as a mobile SP battery for healing the party from out of battle from the menu. Which is kinda sad. And yeah, Shinwing, that's true. Because he has such low health, any hit he takes puts him near death. And if he gets his weakness exploited, if he gets hit with a lightning attack, usually it means he's insta-dead. I think I will too, Colezone, but I'm gonna be prepared for it. Hey, Bane, welcome! Alright, anyway.
Why don't we take a short break?
Yeah, why don't we?
I've been thinking, even if Futaba is a genius, could she really crush an international hacker organization that easily?
The one who taunted the Phantom Thieves was a guy in Japan. I knew the Medjed members in Japan weren't anything special, so I wasn't worried.
How do you know that?
Because I'm the founder.
What do you mean? Should we take that literally?
Yep, it was only me at first, back when I was referred to as the Hacker of Justice. But since I stayed anonymous, a bunch of guys from all over the world started using the name.
And those were the ones committing cybercrimes.
It was a hassle to expose all of them, so I just left them be.
So Futaba was the true Medjed, and we were freaking out over some weak-ass dipshits? You should have told us from the start, Futaba.
I discarded the Medjed name a while ago. I'm Alibaba now.
Futaba, what do you want to do now? Since you know our secret, we'd like you to join our team.
Okay.
Just like that?
This may even ensure our investigation of mementos goes along smoothly.
The irony here is that even though she is not a Frontlines battle character, Futaba is a more valuable party member than Morgana.
Well, I guess.
Well, Futaba's real amazing. She's gonna be a big help for us, huh?
Say, Futaba, how did you find out about us?
Secret.
Where did you learn to hack?
Private.
When did you obtain the nav?
I refuse to answer.
Futaba-chan sure is unique.
This girl.
Still, it'll be a problem if she doesn't open up to us some more.
At the very least, we need to be able to communicate normally with her.
What should we do?
She's okay as is. Why do you guys need to go changing her?
That ain't gonna fly.
First, we'll need
Thanks,
to help her open up
asshole.
to us. If we each spend an entire day with her, maybe she'll get more used to being around
Let it
us.
be known that Peter Barakan
I see. We do have the time, thanks to summer
went
vacation.
on record as being willing to accept Futaba for who she is without having to change her so that she can integrate into the group. I tried.
We can begin tomorrow.
Let's go to the beach. There'll be tons of people there. Plus, we got totally dried out in that
Also, this is the absolute worst, stupidest plan for getting an introvert to open up, is to drag them to the beach on day one. It does log, but it only acknowledges it in a forced, sort of comic meta way that really misses its mark very badly. Yeah, I know, Haretsu. I did play the original.
That's a great idea. I forgot I hadn't gone to the
This
beach
is
yet.
the absolute stupid... This is where you can see that the plot is super forced. Because nobody in their right mind would force someone who lived literally their whole life as a shut-in to just turn around cold turkey, put on a bathing suit, and go to the beach where everyone can see them and there's nowhere to hide.
Excuse me.
I'll come by tomorrow. See you then.
Let me help as well. I don't have anything planned.
Thanks. We can set a schedule with everyone else depending on when they're
I
free.
see, Hiretsu.
Okay. Can I really do
Japan's never had a problem with it, Decoy. Wow, and I forgot, but both of your options here, at least in English, come off as really cold and almost bullying. It'll be a disaster, because I guess I'm just an asshole, or, yeah, good luck, Futaba, have fun, her.
Why me?
Stress is the enemy of beauty, you know.
How can I stay calm about this?
I understand how you feel.
Thanks to the incident with those hackers, people are calling us incompetent. And on top of all that, the Phantom Thieves are claiming justice is on their side. Don't make me laugh.
Medjed was dealt with by either the Phantom Thieves themselves or some avid supporter. There are no tracks whatsoever, so they must be quite skilled. Either way, the general public recognizes the Phantom Thieves as the subjugating party.
They're gaining support and influence much faster than we could have anticipated.
It is indeed an abnormal situation. I'm beginning to suspect mass manipulation of some kind. It's even possible that a powerful person is behind them, plotting the psychotic breakdowns. If only I had realized sooner.
It's rare to hear you speak in that tone.
For the sake of my justice, I won't forgive them.
Hey, I heard some people talking about us on the train home. They were saying how awesome they think the Phantom Thieves are. I've heard things too. It's becoming a huge topic of conversation. To be fair, the casualties from the Medjed attack would have been massive. It's no surprise they revere us for preventing it. Yeah, good to hear. Yeah, it's really all thanks to Alibaba. You were a great help. It was nothing. Oh, that reminds me. Remember that stuff about ATMs and banks just stopping? That wasn't Medjed, was it? No, that was totally separate. So people were overreacting to mere coincidence. Either that or those rumors were never true to begin with. Ah, you seem to be quite talkative in these conversations. Is that so? I'll shut up then. Frowny face. Angry face. I don't think I get it, but I'm pretty sure she's angry. You gotta apologize, you... Wow, Ryuji! Pot, meat, kettle. Not only self-righteous, devilish, but also way to string her along. Me? Why? Yelling mouth.
Hey, is this really going to be okay? I'm worried about how things will be from now on.
In other words, you're jealous of Futaba being more useful than you, which she is. Training Futaba's gonna be a lot of work, more than stealing someone's heart. Putting up with you is more work than training Futaba. Now that's my Phantom Thieves. I knew they'd pull it off. This definitely proves the justice of the Phantom Thieves. You may be right. Right, it feels great. Even the guys who'd been criticizing the Phantom Thieves basically have to accept them now. The news has been spreading like wildfire too. I'll give it an extra boost on my site as well. I bet the approval rating will be through the roof tomorrow. Look forward to it.
Why is he, of all people, getting excited about this? Well, the news really did draw a lot of attention. I can't wait to see what happens.
Hey, Regita! Yeah, Log, as well he should. Alright, let's go see if... Yeah, let's go check with the guy and see if there are any items that he needs. Impeccable timing, my man. You always come when I need you. Limited edition Melon Pond. Apparently all the rage with female students and workers in the Shibuya area. You're gonna have to go to Shibuya. I'll trade you for this old man's fist? That promises to be entertaining. Alright, can we get that now? I think it was the Ginza Line gate. Fresh out
Are
of
you
the
ready to
oven.
order?
Ah, melon pond! So it is. Revives one fallen ally to full HP. I should actually remember to come back here and get more of those. Let's go have a little chat with our shady buddy. This aroma. Oh, it's you, and you brought the melon pond. He'll trade it for my old man's... The wording of this sentence is comically tragic. Somebody please take a screenshot of this. This needs to be the next meme. Kill me. Hi, Pie Master. You got here at a hell of a time. Yeah, you'd think so, Log, wouldn't you, from the name of it? It's an upgrade version of the baby's nail. Oh, God, Mantis Man, why? Thank you, Empress Moth. Oh, devilish, piss off with that. Come on. Why you gotta be like this? Thank you, Sugar Crow. Alright. Let's trade. Now this old man's fist is yours. Guys, can we screenshot this too? This needs to be a 2-image meme. Why, Atlas? Why? I guess so, amateur. I guess I've inherited the old man's fist. So now I'm an old man. You know, Waltz Queen, I could just highlight this part of the stream and upload it to Pornhub. And not too many people would probably bat an eyelash at it there. Yeah, Log, I recommend the Nagamaki and the Battle Axe. Thank you, Empress Moth. Some days I really love my job. Some days I question my own sanity. No problem, Log. Those are by far the most beginner-friendly weapons, and they're two of the best ones in the game. We got the old man's fist. So this Meron Pan can capture a woman's heart. Crispy on the outside, but light and fluffy on the inside. Yeah, isn't that what girls love? Because I can't undo that surgery. Thanks, my man. Let's trade again next time, yeah? I'm almost afraid to see this, but... gloves that shine with oxidized silver. Medium burn. Alright, this is nowhere near as bad as I was afraid it was going to be. Yeah, Haretsu. They sort of explain it in Persona 3, Haretsu, in a kind of cheesy way, but at least they give it an explanation, which is that Persona users, because they have personas, they have the ability to see the special effects of an item that are only applicable in battles against shadows. And I think, well, what should we do now? Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I think I entered the lottery in Shibuya, and I believe the drawing is supposed to be today. So let's go have a look and see if we won. I'm actually going to save.
Let's do it.
I'm not going to try too hard to save scum this, but... Devilish, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Very much appreciate that. You won 50,000 yen. Which is not bad. But let's see if we can do any better, or at any rate, let's see if we can get a different result. Because I don't even know if this can be save scummed. 50,000 yen. Let's try going someplace else. And then coming back. Just to see if this is a question of procedural RNG. We'll go to Aoyama Ichome, and then we'll come back to Shibuya. Let's actually... Oh, freaking everything's sold out because it's so hot. Okay.
I should write something.
Yeah, Haretsu, I'm not sure about that either. If we keep getting 50k for the next 2 attempts or 3, yeah. My guess is... Ray, it's possible to save scum the scratch tickets. I would be very surprised if it turned out to be possible to save scum the big lottery. But I'd like to just gather a little bit of anecdotal information on it to see if it seems feasible. 50,000 again. We'll do it one more time. And if it's 50,000 again, then it seems likely that the result is predetermined as soon as you buy the ticket. Yeah, it looks like it's predetermined. Now you can afford some sushi for me, right? I wonder what the dialogue is for if you win 10 million yen out of it and max out your money. Oh, Haretsu, supposedly you can. And as a matter of fact, let me see if there's... There do not appear to be any videos on winning 10 million yen. Yeah, somebody came by a while ago during the stream and mentioned that they had seen that it was possible to win 10 million yen from the lottery, but I don't see any videos of it on YouTube. So either it's so rare that no one's recorded it, or it was just a rumor. Yeah, Ray, I say 10 million because it's 1 yen more than the max you can hold. 10 million is faster to say than 9,999,999 yen. I disagree, Decoy. You can always use money at the Velvet Room. And yes, I have about 3 million right now. But it took longer than I would have liked to farm that. Granted, it didn't take that long, but... Alright, Mantis Man, let's have a look. You totally just ordered out, didn't you? Let me see. Oh, Mantis Man, when you post images from the Discord, you have to right-click on the image in Discord, then click Open Link, and then copy the URL of the opened link. You can't just copy link from Discord directly and paste it in chat. The link you posted redirects straight to Discord, Mantis Man. Well, or any remotely optimized persona for that matter, Haretsu. Okay, let's go work at the bar. For that matter, let's go to the Red Light District and get the... kindness boost.
What shall we do?
All right.
Now.
I would like to increase my kindness. All right, Mantis Man, let's have a look. Ah, yes, okay, this works, Mantis Man. The image looks a little stretched out. Oh, wait, no, there it goes. Ah, I see. I mean, it looks all right, Mantis Man. It's a standard plate of spaghetti. There's nothing here for me to judge you on. Yeah, I have used the clothing store, Decoy, but the equipment that you can get from turning personas into gear is pretty much universally better. Mantis Man, improvisation is the single most important skill in cooking. There's nothing for you to be ashamed of.
Oh, honey.
Hey, hey!
Alright, let's, Yes.
Thank you.
Oh?
Well, aren't you a hard worker? I guess it's about time for me to be heading out anyway. Yeah, good riddance. Get out of here, you drunk.
It's all you.
Well, I guess I'll have you start immediately then. It's almost time for the customers to arrive, so good luck.
Oh.
Customers seem to be enjoying themselves. Make sure to learn from Lala's hospitality.
Excuse me.
Good evening. Miserable businessman. Oh my, you look quite exhausted. Here, have a seat.
Oh, honey.
Well, so your boss has been bullying you again.
Beat.
As soon as I talk back, he makes sure I know I'm lower than him. He insinuates he'll demote me. After that, I'll overhear him talking about me, calling me useless while I'm at work. And everything I've done, all the results I'm getting, somehow he's taking all the credit.
So you're saying...
That is the worst kind of workplace abuse. I cannot believe that man. So many people have quit because of stress, and yet the higher-ups all ignore it. All the terrible bosses I could get in the world, why did mine have to be Shinsuke Kishi? Yeah, Shinny Wing, I know. I've got a couple of the upgraded guns already. Yeah, Haretsu, which is just another reason why Morgana is such a bad character. Everyone that's available before the next Mementos deadline convoluted. I do not want to have to make any unnecessary trips to Mementos. I need every one of those days for dealing with my social stats and social links. Hey, Lala, I wish those Phantom Thieves could do something and help me with this.
I mean...
Like how? Are you going to ask them to steal all your stress away? No, I guess it's impossible, but it's nice to think about.
Hey, hey.
Hey, did you hear that? Isn't that the same guy Mishima mentioned? Let's help him. Yeah, we can do that. Good, well, I wasn't expecting that, but that's another one down. Alright. I love how it's supposed to be a lot of money from helping out here, but it ends up being just pocket change. Yeah, exactly, Haretsu.
Yep. Wanna head back?
Apparently not, Hunter. Oh, what have we here? Am I about to finally gain access to Network Fusion?
Our master would like a word with you. Stand up straight and listen closely, inmate.
It seems you freed the heart of a frenzied girl and saved her from her haunted past. Another step has been taken to rehabilitation. You are progressing quite nicely.
Our master bestows words of praise upon you. You'd better feel honored.
By the by, more curious information has found its way to your ears. A scientist's research. It seems that world may secretly be known after all. Furthermore, that very research has been stolen and is now used by those with malicious intent. I wonder how this will change the approach you take toward your rehabilitation.
Who stole the research?
Allow me to grant you a new power worthy of your current self.
I would really appreciate
Though you
that.
have my aid, be sure not to let your guard down. Otherwise, you may get swept off your feet.
Well, actually, this might just be another stock increase. No, it's not. Because it would have shown up here if it were.
All right.
It's probably
We shall
network
meet again
fusion.
in the near future.
Time to go, inmate.
Haretsu, it's gotta be network fusion. Because if it were one of the extra stock abilities, it would have shown up on that screen. It's cool how they don't reveal what they're doing. Who's that guy that was criticizing them? Akechi? Pretty lame to just criticize without doing anything yourself.
Okay.
No, Mantis Man, but that's just every dialogue option. Pretty much no matter what you say to anybody, your dialogue options are meaningless. And in fact, some of your dialogue options, no matter which one you choose, the person's response to you will be identical. You can usually tell when the dialogue options you're given are just different ways of saying the same thing. Like, you'll be given 3 dialogue choices, and they all basically mean yes. Yeah, pulled hamstring, that would be pretty meta. Makoto and Yusuke are scheduled for today, huh? I haven't seen them. What happened to them? Futaba, can you open up? Open what? The front door. Why? Won't you come too, Peter? We're in front of Futaba's house. You want to meet here and not at LeBlanc? Isn't that more comforting? You never mentioned this. It'd be nice if you could hurry down soon. It's scorching hot out here. You demon? Looks like we're meeting up immediately over at Futaba's. Makoto's really going about this in the absolute worst possible way, without regard for Futaba's comfort or safety or sanity.
What is that supposed to be?
The most inconsiderate and the most selfish way of approaching Futaba. Hey, Futaba, it's for society. So it's a reasonable sacrifice to ask you to make. Also, go figure, but if you look closely at the black poster on Futaba's door, it's a poster of hieroglyphics. Makoto definitely loses points in my eyes for blindly, single-mindedly forcing this on Futaba. Like, this is... Let me put this in perspective. In the field I used to volunteer in clinical mental health for minors, this would be a grave enough clinical error to cost a practitioner their job, trying to force a client to do something like this. Like, this is a severe error in clinical judgment. Trying to just take somebody as sensitive as Futaba out of the fish tank, throw them in the ocean, and just walk away and hope that they swim. Exactly, Haretsu. Realistically speaking, this is a months-long process getting someone like Futaba to the point of being able to go to the beach in a bathing suit. Attempting to do this literally on day 1, after having interacted with her maybe 3 times, ever, this is going to re-traumatize the client and leave them with more damage than they had when they walked into your office. Yeah, Devilish, you have experience with this from kind of Futaba's end of it. Whereas my experience is more from the side, well, I mean, I guess I have a lot in common with guys like you, Devilish, in many ways, but my primary experience is from the point of view of the practitioner, where your practice would be done if word got out that you did something like this to a client. Your career would be over. You would end up like Takemi. You'd be a pariah in the medical community, and you'd quite likely lose your license to practice. Yeah, Haratsu, that more than anything infuriates me about the writing for this event. The fact that this is forced for absolutely no reason other than to shoehorn in the gratuitous beach scene. Well, Hunter, that's just another component of this. Clearly not, Amateur. Clearly not. But honestly, Amateur, you don't even have to be a psychiatrist or a practitioner of mental health to know that this is not something you do to somebody like Futaba. This is common sense, you know? Which is why it would be considered such an egregious error of clinical judgment, because anybody with any kind of clinical training would be expected to immediately know not to do something like this. Yeah, Devilish, one of the saddest things I encountered over the course of my work in advocacy for individuals on the autism spectrum was that people who were responsible for the care of those individuals did not want to hear anything about what they were doing right or wrong. I'm the guardian, I know best. I don't need some high and mighty psychologist or psychiatrist or, you know, nurse or doctor trying to tell me how to handle my kid. And then all the while, the guardian was just doing more and more and more damage and actively contributing to the problem. And that's more or less what Makoto and the others are doing here. And I'm not even allowed to speak up about it as the party leader, because why would I be allowed to have any agency in this story?
Don't worry about it.
Such avant-garde design. You have excellent taste.
Let's get started, shall we?
What do you plan on doing?
Yeah, time is convoluted, not to mention sitting right here within full earshot of Futaba and complaining about her. How she's not right, she needs to be fixed so that we can communicate with her. Yeah, exactly, convoluted, exactly. If I've seen it once, I've seen it 1,000 times. Just utter insensitivity and a lack of consideration by parents, teachers, guardians, adults in general, really, and let's not forget by other kids. Yeah, Waltz Queen, it's a major stigma, especially in the East, but even to a degree in the West. The West is gradually getting a little bit better of it, but there's still a long way to go, Waltz Queen, and there's been a lot of resistance to the Western views on it in Japan. Yeah, Devilish, with your population, unfortunately, it's a very common experience. Probably 75 to 80% of the kids and young adults that I worked with back in the day, Devilish, had experienced something like that, and not just once or twice, but on a frequent, if not daily basis. From the people who are supposed to be taking care of them and teaching them to, you know, become healthy, functional individuals. Devilish, if my experience with you is any indication, I'd say you're one of the lucky ones. Considering how you turned out. It's both, Waltz Queen. Japan has this attitude that they don't need to listen to anyone else outside of Japan about how to run their country. And to be fair, every country kind of has that. But Japan has been a lot more stubborn about it than some other countries. And normally, to at least some extent, if a country sees that another country is having more success with something, anybody who is sensible in that country, in either the government or in the civilian population, will do their best to learn from that success and emulate it. Not so with Japan. Japan is not a country of innovation. They are a country of fervent, desperate adherence to traditional ways and ideas, and a general refusal to acknowledge that there's any better way of doing things than the way things have always been done. Because their logic is, if it's worked this long, clearly there's something right about it, so it's probably the best bet to continue working. Which is, unfortunately, a logical fallacy, which completely ignores the need for the ability to adapt. Which, in turn, Waltz Queen, brings us back to the discussion about uncertainty avoidance and why the Japanese population in general has so much difficulty adapting. Well, there are examples of it everywhere, Megumi. We see it most commonly in the gaming community, because there are so many Japanese companies that make games. Erevan, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Congrats on a year, and much love to you. I really appreciate your support. Devilish, the most important thing is to be happy with yourself. It's obvious to me that you turned out to be a good person. And honestly, especially now that we have the luxury of being able to choose exactly how much social interaction we get during our free time, I say good on you for finding your balance. It takes people a long time to do that, Devilish. Well read, lots of countries have trouble with critical thinking. It's not generally something that's encouraged in public education systems anywhere. Well, yes, Amateur, and that's something I used to see a lot too, especially with single parents raising a child or multiple children on the autism spectrum, or really with any kind of labor-intensive learning disability or, you know, any other condition that required special support. Special needs is the term for that now. The worst ones, Amateur, were the single moms who were working 2 or 3 or even 4 jobs just to make ends meet, and who literally did not have time to spend raising their kids. Yeah, time is convoluted. It's taking a lot of parents a lot of time to grasp and wrap their heads around the fact that the world is a much smaller place now thanks to the internet. A lot of parents have a very rigid idea of what it means to get out and meet people, and it's the getting out part that they can't seem to let go of in a lot of cases. But I'm glad your parents are making progress, even if it is slowly convoluted. Because better late than never.
I'd like to simply have a normal conversation. That is the basis of true communication, after all.
You seem confident.
Yes, you must be well versed in speaking when you are student council president.
Unfortunately, Makoto, your speech skills alone are not going to be enough for you to get through to Futaba.
Don't think too hard about our conversation. We're just going to talk about ordinary topics today.
Another issue I have with Makoto's approach here is that it is not holistic. It is not patient-centered. It is psychiatrist-centered, which is to say, it is not an approach based on the needs of Futaba. It's an approach based on Makoto's imagined concept of what Futaba needs. Makoto isn't actually looking at Futaba's real needs. She's looking at what society expects and projecting that onto Futaba in the demands that she is making of her. A truly patient-centered approach would be to communicate with Futaba, find out what her comfort zone is and, you know, where her boundaries are, start within those boundaries, build a rapport with her without stepping outside them, and then once you have the relationship with her, then and only then will you be able to start making progress in baby steps, mind you, of holding her hand and just stepping a little bit outside her comfort zone and gradually working her up. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you're familiar with it, Devilish. But yes. Yeah, Shinny-Wing, so it's no surprise that Makoto would have taken a page from Sai's book, because it's all she knows, but everything about this, as someone with a background in psychiatry, not to mention in clinical mentorship, this is awful the way they are handling this. They don't even bother getting any advice from an actual professional. They just take it upon themselves to take all kinds of wanton risks with Futaba's very fragile emotional well-being.
And what do you mean by ordinary topics?
You know, things like food or the weather. Well then, let's begin with food. What do you like to eat, Futaba?
Well, Devilish, being gently nudged out of your comfort zone without being forced is healthy and in a lot of cases necessary. Being dragged out of your comfort zone kicking and screaming only accomplishes traumatizing you and making you even more avoidant of whatever it was that the psychiatrist was ostensibly trying to help you learn to deal with. Huh. Well, the way he talks, it doesn't sound like he is, Hunter. Hey, Ebuera, what's your question?
Organic ones. That wasn't exactly what I meant.
Well, Makoto, then maybe you should clarify. See, Makoto's response there irritates me too, because rather than acknowledging, oh, sorry, it was my bad, she says, oh no, that wasn't what I meant, implying, oh, Futaba, you misunderstood. It's your fault. You're the one with the shortcoming. Like, Makoto's not even making the effort to meet Futaba halfway here. Mufenchio, that would be my first course of action in this situation if I were Peter. Yeah, Devilish, because they probably tried to do too much too soon, didn't they? And they probably did not give you the option to tap out. Yeah, convoluted, that term is relevant to what's going on here. Oh, Missing Digit, your real name is Hunter, isn't it? I'm sorry. I'm talking to Hunter CD. I generally only go by usernames in chat, Missing Digit, because it's easier Not only for me, but it's easier for people in chat to know who's being addressed. Other than when one person's real name is another person's username. I don't like her either, Sugar Crow. Well, Devilish, that's why I say they absolutely need a rapport. They need, like, you have to have a relationship with your client. Because otherwise, they have no interest in working with you. You know, they have no reason to trust you. The horniest Mario game, Eboera? Whatever game Bowsette gets added to, I guess. Oh, it's your surname, Hunter CD. Okay, well... Waltz Queen, I think you've handily summed up why I dislike Makoto. She really is a very one-dimensional character. Mantis Man, I don't think they would care. I think if I sat down with whoever wrote this story and explained this to them, their response would probably be, yeah, but shut up, we need to get the beach scene in somehow. And we don't have time to go through that character development with Futaba. Yeah, boy, did they, Decoy.
Let's try a different topic. How about the weather? I heard that this heat wave is showing no sign of stopping.
Dunno, I haven't been out.
Oh, right.
Makoto's getting overwhelmed.
This is odd.
No
It
shit,
wasn't
Sherlock.
supposed to go like this.
And now Makoto's confused about why it's not working.
What have you been doing this whole time?
Ah, superb. Some of their heads came off when I was moving them, but I made sure to rearrange them pleasingly.
And this is the absolute worst thing Yusuke could have done, is messing with a personal possession, especially for somebody like Futaba, who is probably very sensitive about having her personal belongings messed around with by anybody. To do something like this, to pull a stunt like this, is just... Get out. Get the hell out. You're just playing at being a psychiatrist. And you're doing nothing but more damage in the process. Get the hell out.
My children! What have you done to my children?
Yeah, Missing Digit, but that's no excuse. If Yusuke is going to be a social liability with someone like Futaba, don't bring him. This is another thing that really pisses me off about the writing of this game, is that Peter is supposed to be the leader. He's supposed to be the one deciding this stuff. He's supposed to be the one making the call about how we deal with Futaba, how we talk to her, how we integrate her into the team. He sits here and does nothing while Makoto preempts him and makes all of the worst possible decisions, and Yusuke's just over here bumble-fucking around like a dumbass over in the corner rearranging the action figures, and Peter's response is to sit there with a blank look on his face and say nothing. I absolutely hate stories where the protagonist is supposed to be an important, influential figure, but is not allowed to have any agency even in relatively localized story events like this. It is the worst. And it is so common in Japanese games.
but they appear to be quite shoddily made.
They're from Phoenix Rangers Neo Featherman! No, Yellow and Pink's heads, and Red's been hacked to bits! This is all Inari's fault!
Inari?
You know, Inari sushi? The tofu things foxes eat in the old stories? What kind of fox doesn't know that?
Inari?
Oh, they were in the perfect poses, too! It was so much work getting them set up just right.
So, Yusuke, through his complete inattention and inability to read the room, has caused Futaba a great deal of distress. And this is why you don't let kids play psychiatrist. This is why any clinical intervention involving other kids or peers, be they young adults or however old, must be supervised by a professional. Because if you let any idiot run the session, this shit happens.
You wouldn't know aesthetics if it hit you in the face, Inari.
How dare you say that to me? Of all people!
Sheesh, that's not a conversation anymore. It's a full-blown argument.
Greetings, undead warrior.
The Animal, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back.
So their versatility allows you to recreate almost any dramatic scene you can imagine.
Mm-hmm. Victory is great for action, and Neo's got the best transforming suit. So cool.
Monotone, I disagree. Futaba is the most socially inept. Although it's not really her fault. Yusuke is socially inept. He just happens to be a very bad combination for interacting with Futaba unsupervised. Hello, Timud. It's a long story. You're going to want to watch the VOD. This has been probably an hour-long discussion already, and I'd have to repeat that hour to catch you up on it.
Fascinating. Art depicts a flash of inspiration, but models offer a much different means of enjoyment.
Huh? Take a look at that. Futaba's having a regular conversation.
Pie Master, it is absolutely not her fault. She was traumatized at a very early age by watching her mother die in front of her. It is understandable at the very least, and a clinical condition, to be frank, that she has ended up the way she has. Well, Mel, yes, they are, but Futaba and Yusuke especially.
Undead warrior.
Thank you, Tamud. I really appreciate the resub. Welcome back. How are you doing, Tamud? It's good to see you.
It seems she doesn't have a problem talking to others as long as the subject interests her. I suppose the topics I brought up were not the right ones.
That wasn't even the beginning of where you went wrong, Makoto.
So this is all I gotta do? What a breeze!
In that case, we should advance to the next step. How about we have her spend time in someone else's room?
Oh, is that what that is, Sam?
Yes. She hasn't had many chances to leave the house yet, so that would be the perfect opportunity.
Don't set the bar so high!
The more I think about it, the whole thing with the beach is the worst, but the way that the protagonist handles it with Futaba during her social link is actually a lot closer to what a real practitioner would do with a client, where they gradually work their way up from her stepping a little bit outside her comfort zone to her stepping further and further outside her comfort zone. Futaba's social link is one of the best ones in the game for that reason. But she also kind of suffers a little bit of the problem that Ryuji has, where in the main story of the game, she's depicted very differently than in her social link. And almost all of her character development happens in her social link. Also, Sefirios, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Twixerino. Yeah, Amateur, the player, it's not even that the player is helpless to intervene, it's that the writer is expressly forbidding the player from intervening because the writer has his own agenda, and for the player to take any kind of reasonable action that a real person would take would undermine the writer's agenda. And because of that, the writer has to rely on really transparent, cheesy, lame, and really jarring, poorly integrated, forced events to continue serving his agenda. No, Waltz Queen, I don't think so. I don't think that was the intent at all. To create the illusion of choice, Amateur, because it's easier to put a little bit of, you know, bare minimum effort to creating a minimal illusion of choice than it is to actually give the player a meaningful choice. Also, Princess Cat Power, thank you so much for the raid. Good evening and welcome. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming to join us. Cat, how are you doing? It's so good to see you. Are you well? I hope you're staying safe. Welcome, everybody, from the Cat Pow Club. I honestly cannot complain, Cat. I am doing okay. I've been really barely impacted, if at all, by any of the stuff that's going on right now, and I'm just continuing to fight the good fight, as it were, and trying to keep people entertained and provide a little bit of encouragement. So I'm not really in a position to complain. Kat, what were you streaming this evening? I don't think I caught the stream title. Well, I hope I'll be able to live up to your expectations, Kat, and entertain you sufficiently. Kat, may I ask, have you finished or actually even started Persona 5 at all? Or do you plan on playing it? Well, Silver Flame, that's part of the problem, is that just the way the game is designed, the writer has to assume that the player isn't going to do any but the mandatory social links. That's probably 50% of the problem. Oh, God of War! Okay. Well, Kat, if you haven't played Persona 5 at all yet, I will forewarn you that we are probably 4 in-game months into the main story. And I want to make sure I've given you a fair disclaimer of that. I'm happy to have you, Kat. I would love for you to stay. But I absolutely understand if you're avoiding spoilers, and I do not want to ruin your first playthrough of this game. Because you only get one first playthrough, and this in particular, especially Royal, is a game that deserves to be played blind. On the other hand, I'm glad you're enjoying God of War. I enjoyed it quite a lot as well. There was a lot about that game that I think they did very well and that I really enjoyed. Have you finished it yet, or are you still kind of just messing around figuring out where to go next? Yeah, Decoy. But at least now we know why that was. Silver Flame, pretty much anything that's going to happen now is a spoiler. If, you know, for someone who hasn't played the game. Oh, okay, you got to unlocking the Giant's Realm. Alright, well, there are a few different points in the story at which I can think you might be. And I'm not trying to kick you out, Kat. Believe me, I wish I could incentivize you to stay and hang out, but I totally understand and support you with avoiding spoilers. So don't worry about that at all. I just appreciate the raid, and I just appreciate seeing you, Kat, and you bringing everyone in for the raid to come hang out. You always brighten my day, Kat, when you stop by. Yeah, I'm happy you came to say hi, too. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I'm glad you're well, Kat. More than anything, I'm glad you're safe. But I hope, at the very least, you're also able to find some modicum of fulfillment and happiness in these otherwise quite trying times. I don't know, Shirosuke. I haven't seen the new content yet. And I would like to know as little about it as possible, if it's all the same to you. Oh, well, I mean, it was a little late to time that out, but all right. Ah, very good, Timud. Very good. Okay, Kat, have a great night. Go get some rest. Thank you again for the raid. It's always great to see you. And I look forward to the next time our paths cross. Good night, Kat. Yeah, Decoy, but I don't know how they play out yet, is the point. Alright, well, we'll all be there too.
Well, I guess in that case...
I've left Tamara to An and Ryuji. He'll be there as well, so you'll be okay.
Oh, and this is even worse. Not only does Makoto insist on throwing Futaba out of the frying pan into the fire, she let the two stupidest people on the team plan out how the day is going to go. This is not going to be a disaster at all.
Can I wear my mask?
I think it would be best if you didn't.
There's really no telling how tomorrow's going to go.
Yeah, Silver Flame, if I were in your shoes, if I were the viewer, deciding how I wanted to experience this, and if for whatever reason I didn't have the ability or the desire to actually play the game myself, that's probably more or less how I would handle it. Because I would want to see it played organically as well. Sam, if it's all the same to you, I don't think I'm going to click that. For the reasons I just explained. Yeah, also, Haretsu, this is tragic wording on Morgana's part, isn't it? This is like the third instance of tragic wording in 2 game days. Timud, if you're further ahead, why are you asking me what's new? Or do you mean you're further ahead in the original? Well, Empress, I'm glad it works out for you. Oh, okay, Sam, I see. Is that the video of him shooting to the music? Because I think I've seen that one already, if it's the same one. Hunter, but he feels bad for Futaba, and yet he doesn't speak up when everybody else is forcing her to do things they have no right to force her to do. Morgana is actually terrible in that regard, because he's the first person to jump in and defend Anne anytime somebody so much as looks at her the wrong way. But he'll just let Futaba get thrown to the wolves and not lift a finger to help her. Morgana is disgusting. And he's an asshole. If Morgana really were a human, he would be undateable. Oh, I see, Tamad. You're saying you only played Royal. I gotcha. I'm sorry. No, I wasn't clear on the context of your question, Mud. Pretty much, Waltz Queen. Pretty much. Tamad, there are too many differences to list them individually, but most of what has been changed is quality of life. Some of the biggest examples are that in the original, your gun ammunition did not refill after every battle. You had 1 magazine's worth of ammunition for a single trip to the metaverse, to a palace or mementos. And once you used up the ammo that you brought in with you, that was it. No more ammo for you until you leave the metaverse and come back. So that alone is a game changer, for obvious reasons. Baton Pass was completely changed. It was worthless in vanilla. First of all, it was locked behind social link ranks. So characters like Morgana, who were storyline gated social links, didn't even get it until very late. And it didn't do any of the knockdown stuff or extra technical damage, and it only did a very small extra damage bonus compared to how ridiculously good it is in Royal. And it was so worthless in vanilla, in fact, that there was no situation in which you should ever use Baton Pass other than during boss fights when it was impossible to knock a boss down. Missing Digit, it was useless against any normal enemy, because against normal enemies, there was no reason why you should ever use Baton Pass rather than using a critical hit or exploiting a weakness, knocking the enemy down, and either getting an all-out attack or getting a follow-up hit and dealing bonus knockdown damage. Either one of those dealt more damage than Baton Pass did in vanilla. Yeah, Missing Digit, but SP Adhesive 3s existed, and you can rush Takemi in the beginning of the game and never have to worry about that. Yeah, Missing Digit, but it took too long to set up. In the time it took to set up a Baton Pass into a weakness, you could just hit that weakness twice by repeating the move that exploited it, and not having to screw around with your turn order, or the enemy turn order, or worrying about whether or not your character was going to whiff. Baton Pass just wasn't worthwhile in vanilla, so... Take it easy, Chancho. Have a good one. Enjoy your cooking. Yeah, Timod, the palaces in vanilla were changed going into Royal. Will Seeds did not exist in vanilla, and the grappling hook did not exist. So the palaces were changed in order to accommodate both of those. The boss fights against the palace bosses were given extra phases or different or new mechanics in Royal. The Counselor, Faith, and Justice social links were radically different in vanilla. Counselor and Faith did not exist in vanilla. Those characters just weren't in that version of the game. And the Justice social link in vanilla was automatic and didn't really have anything going on. It was just regular story events where that social link would occasionally rank up. Whereas in Royal, he actually has his own social link now. So stuff like that, Timud. Well, Missing Digit, the problem with the SP adhesive was that Atlus very deliberately went out of their way to prevent you from having any access to SP recovery items beyond just giving you a small, piddly handful, you know? They gave you no way of recovering SP in dungeons without doing a bunch of social links. And even then, Baton Pass barely recovered enough SP to even say that it was significant. And frankly, Missing Digit, you had to spend more SP setting up Baton Pass by exploiting weaknesses than you ever got back from using it. Atlus's biggest problem with the SP adhesives, though, was that because Atlus was so stingy with other forms of SP recovery, the SP adhesives became the only accessory that you should ever wear for probably 7/8 of the game. By trying so hard to nerf the ability to recover SP in dungeons, they made the one renewable infinite source of SP the absolute top priority dominant strategy. It was a very, very ill-advised piece of game design. Yeah, Sosuke, the SP drain skill is garbage too. It only drains 10 SP, and you lose 3 SP casting it. And in the time it takes you to cast it, you then end up having to heal your team with most of the SP that you got by, you know, using it, so... Yes, Log, it has. There are now somewhat better and more reliable and more diverse ways of recovering SP in the metaverse. In Mementos especially, you can buy SP recovery items from a merchant that has been added in Royal. Jose Temud was not in Vanilla. Well, the way SP adhesives were designed in Vanilla was problematic for a number of reasons, Missing Digit, absolutely. Not just because of the money exploits, but because of how they were the be-all and end-all accessory. And their level of importance had a dramatic impact on how people approached the early parts of the game. Yeah, Devilish, I was gonna get there. The music in Mementos, Temud, used to be, you know, the music that plays on at the entrance of Mementos when you walk in Royal? It used to be that music from the beginning of Mementos to the end. There were no different tracks in Mementos. It was just that horrid 3 or 4 looping notes the whole damn time. All 125 or 150 floors of the place. So just by giving Mementos some new music that changes every couple of blocks, that already is a tremendous quality of life improvement. I don't even know why they didn't think to do that in Vanilla, Timud, because in Persona 3 in Tartarus, which worked exactly the same way Mementos does in P5, every different block of Tartarus had a different music track. And the tracks in Tartarus actually kept adding layers of leitmotif the higher up Tartarus you climbed. Yeah, Decoy, even the areas in Tartarus were more visually different than Mementos. Convoluted, that's probably the Spectrum, I would guess. I almost went insane from having to listen to that one loop over and over and over again. It was... Oh, Timud! Thank you so much, Timud, for the 5 gift subs. To Miku, Shinywing, Rormalin, Skeleton Man, and Sosuke. Timud, thank you so much for helping keep the Ragtime Lounge in business and helping feed a hungry spy. Yeah, Decoy, the only saving grace in vanilla was that you could change the music by giving the protagonist a costume.
Lord winds blessing upon thee.
Oh, missing digit, you mean Flow? Yeah, I mean, Futaba was already doing that in vanilla. But at least you didn't get that till halfway or so through the game. They definitely made Royal easier in a lot of ways, missing digit. But I think it was necessary for them to do that, because the ways in which they made it easier were dramatic improvements to quality of life. Something as broken as Flow, as early as you get that ability, yes, that was maybe not necessary. They maybe could have given that as one of his later abilities. But stuff like guns replenishing ammo after battle, yes, in a lot of ways that is an advantage, but it was necessary because guns were... I mean, you almost couldn't use guns in the original, you know? You had to sit on your ammo and basically never use it unless you ran into an enemy that was weak to gun. And there are almost no enemies in the game that are weak to gun. There are like 3 or 4 in the entire game. Oh yeah, Tamad, the Velvet Room theme has always been more of a slow, solemn theme. You can listen to earlier versions of it from the original games. Convoluted, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Missing Digit. Really appreciate that. Congrats on your first gift sub. And yeah, Missing Digit, Merciless Mode was like that in Vanilla too. And frankly, I am baffled that they didn't rebalance Merciless Mode in Royal for that reason. Because Merciless is actually more of an advantage most of the time than it is a disadvantage. Because it makes your critical hits and weakness exploits do 2.5 times more damage. Did they? White Fox Black? That I haven't noticed, but I would believe it. Yeah, Mantis Man, exactly. You would just use Snap, or, well, Snap in the early part of the game, or Twin Shot, and later on, it'd be Riot Gun or One-Shot Kill that you'd use, rather than waste your ammo. The only thing you ever ended up using your actual gun ammo for, when all was said and done, were Shinya's abilities. And even those were not all that good. I hear they've been improved in Royal, and they're more useful in Royal just by virtue of the fact that your ammo refills. Yeah, Missing Digit, I was fully expecting them to nerf Merciless Mode. Like, I was fully expecting them to actually rebalance it. But apparently they didn't touch it. Which is astonishing to me, because... Well, no, I shouldn't say they didn't touch it. I think they actually made it so that Merciless Mode gives you a little bit more experience and money than normal, but they didn't touch how it affects combat. Yeah, Izanagi, the thing about Merciless Mode is it doesn't just apply to enemies dealing crits to you or exploiting your weaknesses. It also applies to you dealing crits to enemies and exploiting enemies' weaknesses. So if you exploit an enemy weakness in normal mode and your attack does 100 damage, exploiting that same enemy's weakness with that same move on Merciless Mode will do about 250 damage. Yeah, Decoy, that was a good change. Yeah, Timod, the remix is definitely... I've listened to the remix. It's definitely because Smash is a fighting game. Yeah, Missing Digit, I'm kind of surprised they didn't just boost enemy strength across the board as a way of compensating for all of the additional really powerful stuff you give the player. Although, Missing Digit, I kind of understand why they might have been hesitant to do that, which is because, as was brought up earlier, for the same reason that they have to assume somebody playing through the game is going to ignore all of the social links except the automatic mandatory ones, they also have to design the game around the assumption that people playing it are going to ignore or just not find all of the optional power-up stuff, like Baton Pass and whatnot. Or rather, the rank-ups to Baton Pass through darts. Or the rank-ups to technical attacks through billiards, for that matter. Timod, the changes to the boss fights are definitely interesting. I've only fought a few of them so far, and supposedly people have been telling me that the next boss fight I'm going to do for the next palace was actually made worse. But so far, every change I've encountered, every single change has been for the better, compared to vanilla. Like, there is now no reason why you should play vanilla now that Royal is out. Yeah, Decoy, that's a really good point. And even though that's true, this game is still a lot more forgiving than the mainline SMT games, which I know I don't need to tell you, Decoy, because you're already well aware of that. Yeah, Shidosuke, but I don't see that as being a reason to play vanilla when there are so many other reasons to play Royal. Missing Digit, I imagine we'll find out when we get there. I don't want to hear about it now. Just be patient, we'll get there. All right. She's still got a long way to go, though. I wonder how long before she's ready for the beach. Dude, people are so pumped. They're talking all about how the Phantom Thieves took down Medjed. Yeah, Decoy, honestly, Persona 4 was almost worse about that. The really slow, dragging, drawn-out intro where nothing happened for like 5 hours. But yeah, Decoy, the pacing of this game definitely suffers because of the Japanese speech habits and their insistence on reiterating the same information over and over and over again. The news coverage has been pretty insane as well. Yeah, they've only spoken to the Phantom Thieves for the entirety of today. We've been getting attention all over the city. So how's the one who helped us take Medjed down doing? Taba-chan. My Phoenix Rangers almost met their demise. Huh? It was Yusuke's fault. Yes, I'm gonna throw him under the bus because he deserves it. Don't complicate things for... You're one to talk, Makoto! You shut your student council mouth while Peter Barakan's talking. Anyway, things didn't go perfectly, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. Tomorrow's goal will be to spend time in someone else's room. Futaba is a difficult personality to handle. Like, write in chat where she can read it. Oh, Futaba, you're such a difficult personality to handle. Fuck you, Yusuke. These guys are just a bunch of insensitive assholes. Shut it, Inari. Yeah, seriously. Alright, it's our turn next. See you tomorrow, Futaba. This is the worst. The worst.
Lady Ann and Ryuji teaming up honestly worries me. But I guess we'll see what they can do.
Good help is hard to find in the Phantom Thieves. Yeah, Haretsu, if only he were allowed to steer the Phantom Thieves. It's literally been everybody else at the helm except Joker up to now. Haretsu. I say up to now, it's that way for the whole damn game, but... Yeah, Devilish, exactly. I would too. Why would you stick around for that? I didn't hang out with these chumps to be treated that way. There are definitely a lot of aspects of it to them, Shirosuke, especially Futaba, but there's never any explicit mention in the game of a diagnosis, because I don't think Atlas is that brave. Alright, well, let's go hang out with Crime Bro.
The guns are gonna melt.
The heat outside ain't normal. It's nice and cool inside the shop, though, huh? It's because we sell merchandise that can't take the heat. Oh, right. Yeah, I want to work. This time I'm going to have you gather some info. You'll be on your own, though. I got to take care of some other business. Count me in, Crime Bro.
Good.
It's better than hanging out with the morons I have to deal with every day. The guy you're looking for is homeless, but he knows what's up. He'll be somewhere in Shibuya. Get info on the rumor about the underground deal and don't act all suspicious. Decoy, it depends what you consider to be canon. If you consider the anime to be canon, Joker is more of a goofball than an asshole. Yeah, Mantis Man, Haru is by far the most outwardly gentle and the most mature of the Phantom Thieves. Although I feel like Kasumi probably would get along with Futaba well, too. Ah, shut up, Decoy. So you want to know about some underground business deals, huh? You know you can find anything you need on the internet, right? Or are you maybe looking for something a little more? I can see it in your eyes. Who sent you here? I can't tell you. Sticking to the code of honor, huh? Not bad for a kid. Alright, just act like I'm mumbling to myself, you got it? No promises I'm gonna say anything useful either. So, an exec for the Hong Kong Mafia came to Japan sometime around New Year's. Apparently something big went down with a huge Asian investor. Deal was worth about 100 million yen. Though you'd figure something that massive would have got more people talking about it. Maybe they leased some kind of high-end club to keep it as private as possible. I didn't hear a thing about that, though. Alright, we're done here. Go. Thanks, subordinate Crime Bro. Your story is impressive as always. Great stuff, Iwai.
Yeah?
It's nice to hear that coming from you, Tsuda-san. I bet you could start a war with realistic models like these. Seriously, these are incredible. I should get going now, though. Look at this Yakuza right here.
Yo.
Alrighty, Iwai, I'll take one of everything you showed me today. I'll need an entire arsenal. How long would that take? Depends on how quick the parts come in. Some stuff's probably gonna have to go through customs. How long things get stuck there is totally out of my control, though. Tell me, Mune, what's your son's name? Kaoru-kun, was it? That's right. Well then, if you don't deliver on time, I might just have to let Kaoru-kun in on your little secret. Tsuda-san, please. I wonder how will an adolescent boy like him react to finding out his father was in the Yakuza. Maybe he'll surprise you and take it in stride. Guess if things go sour, we could always try to sell him again. Fine, I'll put a rush on your order. Happy now? Very much so. Well then, I look forward to hearing from you again, soon. Sorry to make you wait, kid. Yeah, sure you are.
Shit.
Don't worry, crime bro, we'll get him. I got the dirt. So that was Tsuda, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry you had to see that. Anyways, how'd it go today? You learn about anything good? 100 million yen deal. You're not gonna believe this shit, crime bro. Yeah, Mantis Man, but she's not forceful. I think she'd be the kind of person who would adapt well to being friends with someone like Futaba. I saw that quite a lot where I used to volunteer. So someone made a big deal with the Hong Kong Mafia worth 100 million yen. That dialogue option right there is the exact kind that I was talking about before, where your answer literally does not matter. You could have picked the Hong Kong Mafia or you could have picked 100 million yen, and EY's response here does not even need to change. So that's what I mean about giving you the illusion of choice. The dialogue option there was purely a formality. There was no reason for it other than giving the player another button to push. Very transparent, very poorly done illusion of choice. And it happens sometime around New Year's. Wouldn't surprise me if Tsuda had something to do with it. I hear he's been bragging all over about a big score he made right near the start of the year. Gotta do more research into it myself. Anyways, nice job. I'm gonna be able to give Tsuda a real scare thanks to the info you gave me. Where's my reward? Haha! Anyone ever told you how demanding you are? I hate that I can't be honest with EY. Like, I can't congratulate him on getting one over on Tsuda. The only thing he respects is materialism and quid pro quo. But I guess that's in character for him, so... Yeah, Shirosuke, I can't, like... His son already knows. Come on. Yeah, Venus, but this guy is a Yakuza. He's probably used to issuing threats as a first line of defense. They're not, Hunter CD. That's a separate thing. They had a business deal with the Hong Kong Mafia, and Tsuda wants the guns because he wants to do something completely separate that we'll find out about later. But, another time, yeah? Man, I can't wait to see the look on Tsuda's face. It's been ages since I felt this excited. And it's all 'cause of you, kid. Turns out you're pretty useful. Well, Crime Bro, you're pretty useful too, I guess.
All right.
But more importantly, you're cool, and I totally want to be a hard-ass Yakuza like you. Well, I'm gonna head home early and spend some good old quality time with Kaoru to celebrate.
Go.
Damn fine job again, kid. Get on out of here. Catch you later, Crime Bro.
Later.
We can only hope, I suppose, Decoy. Yo, it's me. I just wanted to give you fair warning before I go home to Kaoru. You definitely got me some good intel. Honestly, I appreciate that. But now Tsuda knows your face, and that could be a real problem. I agree. It could. You catch on fast. Thanks to that shit today, Tsuda knows we're connected at least. Which means that stunt we pulled with Masa ain't gonna work on him. Well, what's done is done. If one method isn't going to work, we just got to find another. I'll think about our next move. Until then, don't do anything stupid.
Thanks.
When I need help, I'll get in touch. Hope you'll be ready. I'm always ready for crimes, crime bro. Adalakis, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And congrats on a year. How you doing, Adalakis?
You seem surprisingly calm. I thought you'd be more panicked.
There are no customers.
Yo!
We're here! Sorry we're late. We were out buying stuff and I got a little caught up in what to get.
So many snacks. What exactly do you plan on doing?
Well, summer vacation's the time when you lounge around in your room all day.
Yeah, amateur, not even any consideration for the circumstances. Gotcha, Adalakis, but I hope you're at least hanging in and staying safe.
Yeah, and eating snacks is the best part of that.
So much for that diet and being the ultimate model, huh, Anne?
You're gonna get fat, you know.
Shut it!
Hey, where's Futaba?
You have done well in coming here.
Shit freaked me out! Hey, you Futaba?
Yep. Welcome.
Why are you wearing that?
Why are we making a big deal of the fact that she's wearing it? It helps her to feel comfortable and enables her to interact with more people than just the protagonists. So how about we shut it and stop shaming her and let her be herself and do her thing?
Have it. Anyway, bring it.
Not sure I get it, but let's do this.
Sheesh. Looks like today's going to be another noisy day.
Every day's a noisy day with Morgana around.
For real, it was freaking amazing. There were girls all over me.
Oh, for Christ's sake, Ryuji, why? This is not how,
Wait, you don't believe a word I'm saying, do ya?
No?
It's you we're talking about here.
Couldn't have said it better.
There's no way you were ever a chick magnet.
What was that?
Agreed. As a member of the opposite sex, I sense no charm from you, Ryuji.
You don't even need to be a member of the opposite sex to sense that he has no charm.
Plus, popular guys wouldn't go bragging about that stuff to other people.
Unfortunately, Morgana, that's where you're wrong. I guess you've never heard of a Chad, have you?
I keep wondering if I should do it while I'm still young. But the dresses show a lot of skin, right? Hey, are you even listening?
There's no point talking about wedding dresses right now. None of us have significant others.
Although the protagonist can by this point. And if he's dating Anne, there is actually some unique dialogue here.
Yep, I'm not getting married anytime soon.
Can we please talk about something else?
For once, I agree with Morgana.
You know, Futaba's fine having conversations.
Yeah, she doesn't have any trouble speaking her mind.
That's not the point.
Seems totally normal to me.
The point isn't her ability to communicate her thoughts. It's her anxiety about being in social situations in the first place.
I don't know what normal is. But if this is it, I'm happy.
I totally thought you were gonna be some weirdo, but I guess all that worrying was for nothing.
Devilish, I don't think any social activities could possibly increase his charm. He'd just bungle them.
I'm relieved too. I think things should keep going smoothly at this rate. By the way, what's on the agenda for tomorrow?
How about we have her try helping around the cafe?
That's perfect! It'll be good practice to have her up in front of strangers.
Eep! Nope, nope, nope. Showing up in the shop at lunchtime will be like super crushing hard mode.
You don't have to deal with customers if you don't want to. Maybe you could dry plates in the back.
Oh, funny, Anne. Weren't you just talking about having her dealing with customers? Sam, let's see. Sam, I'm not sure what I like more about this picture. The fact that you're playing Super Mario Sunshine, or the fact that your cat seems very engrossed in watching. Well, I'm glad you got the old GameCube up and running again, Sam. I'll be there too, don't worry. Actually, don't push yourself. Don't listen to these idiots.
I can do it. I'll show you.
Then it's all set. We'll be rooting for you, Futaba.
She's only saying that because she feels obligated to.
You're all gonna pay for this someday.
Because the group has put pressure on her. And she knows that this is what she has to do in order to be part of the group. Did the Phantom Thieves start all these scandals too? No, I don't think those had calling cards. You know, like changing people's hearts from the shadows. Is it just me, or have there been more posts from foreigners lately? Maybe I should make a request on that forum too. Really, Sam? I wonder if the lens on the GameCube's laser reader is damaged. Yeah, Devilish, especially for people who already have social anxiety to begin with. This cute chick said she wants to go out with a Phantom Thief. Yeah, but not you specifically. Not surprised, as a member of... Yeah, we've... Screw it, it's the same damn conversation. Yes, we've got it. Literally a rehash of the conversation we had at the hideout the previous day.
I'll just add this.
Yeah, Devilish, and groups are generally not very good about being conscious not to put peer pressure on those who join them. What's the same, Mantis Man? Yeah, Venom, it was. Yeah, Mantis Man, it's like I've said during the past couple of streams. Literally, it's just a repeat of the same dialogue over and over and over again. Every month it's the same. Oh, do you guys think the target's gonna have a change of heart? Oh, I don't know. We did the thing, but I'm not sure. Oh, I guess we gotta wait a little longer then. And then a few days later, oh, hey, they're texting me. What do they have to say? Hey, do you guys think the target's gonna have a change of heart? It's that same shit. Every time. Decoy, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. But in this context, that isn't how I read the "don't push yourself" comment as coming off. Oh no, Venus, the Oolong voice, that's from Shovel Knight. That was, that was the Russian nuclear factory worker. I don't know why I came up with that character for Oolong. He just seemed like the type. Silver Flame, that was a change of heart for her. Her change of heart was going from being deceived by her false memories to acknowledging the truth. It just ended up being that she was the one who changed her own heart. Because she actually went into her own palace and talked to her own shadow, which is why people rightly mentioned that Futaba is a little bit weird by Persona 5 reckoning, because her awakening to her persona was a lot more like Persona 4, where they actually have to face their own selves, their own shadows. Futaba is the only one in this game who has to do that. And yeah, Mantis Man, I guess that's more or less what I was trying to say. It's the difference between don't push yourself to the extent that you cause yourself harm, and you're so incapable that you shouldn't even try. Well, no, Shirosuke, but her shadow does challenge her. It challenges her to discern the lies from the truth and to accept the truth.
I should write something.
And actually... Yeah, Devilish, you always have to take your guidance counselor's word with a grain of salt on that. The worst advice I ever got in my life came from my guidance counselors, Devilish. They either have an agenda or generally don't have your best interests in mind. Ha! True, Haretsu, very true. Well, Silver Flame, there is a great discussion between a couple of friends of mine whom you might know, where they cover that exact subject, and I can't say it any better than they did. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. It's either one of these. Hang on. I don't think... I think it's this one. I think it's, In Defense of Bad Social Links is what it's called. Silver Flame, let me link this for you. Sorry it took me a minute to dig up. There we go. Gotcha, Devilish. Yeah, you're very lucky you don't have to deal with him from the sounds of it. It's possible that that was intentional, Shudosuke, but I would be very surprised if it were a deliberate major element of the plot. Alright, let's see. Yeah, Silver Flame, that debate still seems to be very much alive. And for my part, I would also like to remain very much alive, to which end I probably ought to go get some rest. So I think I'm actually going to call it here. And we are going to go raid a friend of mine. We're going to go raid Wendy Harper, who is both a very talented musician and who is also right now doing her first playthrough of Hollow Knight. So I'm going to go take care of myself. I'm going to go try and get a proper amount of rest. And let's all go drop by Wendy's stream and really make her evening. She will really appreciate the company. And you guys are going to like her a lot. She's really sweet. So thank you all very much for joining me today, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow when I will probably continue this. Thank you again, everybody, and good night!